evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, July 4th, 2022. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the July 4th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to adoption of the previous minutes. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the committee, or that the Grimsby Art Gallery Board minutes of May 12th, Active Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes of June 15th, Committee of Adjustment minutes of June 21st, Grimsby Green Advisory Committee minutes of June 22nd be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to delegations. Our first delegation is Bob Friesen. Welcome, Bob. And it's on the maintenance and preservation of mature trees. All right, Bob's not here, so now we move to Christian Horizons, 25 Bartlett Development Charges Exemption Request. And
I do believe that one of our colleagues is in the waiting room for the online portion of that committee.
Milan, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for having us today. We're excited to be on your agenda to have the opportunity to talk about the development at 25 Bartlett. My name is Patty Vlar, if we can proceed to the next slide. And I serve as the Executive Director and oversee the services that Christian Horizons provides in the communities of Hamilton, Niagara, as well as Waterloo, Wellington, and Halton and Peel. Along with me today is David Petka here, and he's the Director of Community Engagement, and Mylène Vincent, who is our consultant with the SHS, who is joining virtually. Moving along. Growing up in Vineland, I had a classmate who had a sister with a developmental disability that I never knew about until she actually passed away. And that was because her family was faced with the very tough decision to place their child in an institution. Our founders, Jim and Adrian Reese, made a very different decision, and when their son Stephen was born in 1963, they chose to keep him at home, and it was with that they founded what is now Christian Horizons. We started providing services in 1967 in the form of camp, and that camp continues today. We have a camp coming up at the end of August. In 1976, we started developing group homes for people with developmental disabilities, and we grew through the closure of those very said institutions. One of the homes that opened, our second home actually, was opened in Niagara in the community of Welland, and that's actually where I started my career with Christian Horizons. We now have operations in all across Ontario as well as Saskatchewan, and we are Canada's largest service provider for people with developmental disabilities. And in all those services, 90% of what we do provide is residential supports. At Christian Horizons, moving along, thanks. What underpins the work that we do is 4 core values, and that we believe that everybody has intrinsic worth regardless of ability or disability, and that each person is valued and has dignity. And that when people are respected, they will use their gifts, and that gifts will then create a spirit of reciprocity as they serve others, and that in and of itself will create a whole spirit of fostering belonging, and everybody needs a place to belong. Next. The project, the development that we're working on includes creating a stable home for people. We know that housing is important, and having a community is even more important. It's more than just the bricks and mortar, but it's what's being created. And for those that actually rely on government supports, whether, again, you have a developmental disability or those that are looking for a hand up, affordability and accessibility. Affordability is hard enough, but you add accessibility to it, and it's even harder to find a place that actually you can afford. And all people need a place to call home. And so we are looking to create a home where it is affordable, accessible, and inclusive for all people from all walks of life. Dave?
Next slide, if you would. Good evening. So why affordable housing? Well, clearly our primary goal is the community that Patty just spoke of. But we all know the need is huge. Certainly, the rental market needs to grow in terms of meeting the growth expectations for the town. There's a bright future ahead, there's no doubt. Housing affordability, of course, is probably one of the #1 crises that our citizens are in right at the moment, let alone deep affordability that we really want to be able to impact here. Affordability is not a other community issue. It's community right here at home for sure, and there's definitely a gap in the purpose-built rental housing market. We understand that it's been a long time since there's been development in the purpose-built rental market in Grimsby, and we certainly want to address that. On top of that, those that are looking for affordable housing are on incredibly long wait lists, especially those that are seniors. I think the Niagara Housing and CMHC has articulated somewhere upwards of 7 to 10 years waiting for a senior, waiting for an affordable one-bedroom unit. The next slide, if you would, please. So what exactly is our plan? We are looking for, sorry, did I skip one? Well, this is our building. It's a rendering on the right there. We're looking to build a 20-unit, 3-story apartment building. The building will provide 18 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units. 5 units will be dedicated housing for people with an experience of disability, and the remaining 15 units will be available to the community. The entire building will be affordable. However, we are looking for at least 5 of those units to be deeply affordable for people that use the Ontario Disability Support Program as their income. And that is definitely something that we count as very innovative in this building. The building itself will result in the inclusive and integrated rental community as opposed to what some of our history is all about. And Patty mentioned that a large portion of what we have done in the past has been group living, and we want to really change that into community development rather than just group homes in neighborhoods. Next slide, if you would. And so one of the things that we're looking for and why we're before you today is because of the support that we're looking for this project. We've been able to secure and are working with the CMHC to the tune of $6.8 million. We're really proud of that contribution that the federal government is making. The region of Niagara has committed to us $105,000 in development charge contributions. We've got $360,000 over 20 years of rent supplements. We're looking to donors and other community partners. We have a request before the Ministry of Community and Social Services for a contribution for the capital side. We've got a capital plan about to be launched. We've got 14 letters of support from community agencies and partners, everything from Jillian's House to Grimsby Life Center, faith communities in the community, the Developmental Services Niagara, working group, the table that houses all of the The developmental services agencies in the region, they all support this, and we would definitely welcome your partnership in this endeavor as well through this request. And Mylène?
Thank you, Dave, and if you could change the slide, please. Hi, everybody, and thank you for accommodating this going remote. Unfortunately, COVID has not left the building officially. So just looking at what this building and the project and its operation might do in contributing to the local economy and in the economic development of the town of Grimsby. So the project itself is an $11 million project, and it will create local jobs and opportunities in the Grimsby community during the construction and after we have occupancy. One of the things that we're talking about doing is, in addition to the capital ejections that are made, we're looking at having potential collaborations in order to provide training and potential trained workforce for some much needed services in the immediate vicinity of the building on Bartlett Avenue. And so that might be some training opportunities and partnerships that might be formed there. In addition to all that, engaging local trades in Grimsby and the surrounding area, and ongoing contributions to the overall economic well-being of Grimsby can be translated to the creation of approximately 100 direct, indirect, and induced job opportunities, which is how we measure economic development contributions with our projects. Go next slide, please. So why are we here, and how can the town help? We are here today to request of the Committee of the Whole and Council for a waiver of local development charges for the affordable units, the affordable units that is, for a total of $75,722 without prejudice. This has been correlated with town staff, the dollar amount. This waiver will align with the proportion of units that have received development charge waivers at the upper municipality level at the region of Niagara. And a granted waiver of development charges will bring you as the town to the table of funding partners and demonstrate your strong support to increase housing affordability options in Grimsby. It would be great to have you all there at the ribbon cutting, at the groundbreaking and the ribbon cutting. The waiver will contribute to the overall project feasibility and success, however small. The National Housing Co-Investment Fund by CMHC scores with regards to how many levels of government are involved on the project. So the more levels of government we can bring to the table, the better the project scores, which is always something that we want to promote. I think the next slide is a thank you. We look forward to sharing this exciting project with you and being your neighbor, and we'll open it up for questions.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Patty, Dave, and Mian. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Frake.
And I'm supposed to be technically inclined. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation again. This must be the fourth presentation I've heard. So, and one thing I want to say, I'm really thrilled that you are putting this facility in Ward 1 in Grimsby. That's great, in my ward, which is fantastic. And I think that I was looking at some of the details on here. I see that the region of Niagara has already weighed in on the waiver of development charges? That's what it says here. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Anyways, I think it's a great project, and I certainly will once again tell you I will support this, and thank you very much. And I think this is a bit of a milestone in Grimsby as well, which is great, fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenters. You mentioned affordability, and I thought, well, my ears perked up. It's a really hard word to define in this economy that we're in right now, but it seems like you understand what affordable housing is. I Could you elaborate a little bit on what you think is affordable housing? Because I don't know of any around, but I like what I see in your presentation. I'm just curious.
Do I need to do anything here and push
No,
buttons?
no,
I guess
yes.
not. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Affordability is a little bit of a moving target in our times, in our community. When we talk about it, we certainly are talking CMHC language, we're talking provincial policy statement language, and we're talking from the experience of touching the lives of people with developmental disabilities. So I think there's some really great realities out there about what's being studied in terms of what CMHC posts as the median market rent and the benchmarks that they set. We certainly are looking to make sure that half of the units, because this is a CMHC requirement, meet that criteria. And within that half, we are absolutely committed to make sure that people with an experience of developmental disability have that level of deep affordability. People on ODSP receive $497 a month for their shelter costs, and we aim to help them be able to provide their own shelter based on that for those units. The rest of the units will have a variety of economic levels, but still very much within the provincial policy statement of what affordability is, let alone the realities of what I call the Kijiji rate. And the Kijiji rate, we all know, is gone off the charts at the moment. So we're looking at a range from $497 into the mid to high $1,200 range. And so we believe that brings great diversity in the community as well, and we really believe that people will flourish because of that.
So then is it based on individual needs and what they're able to afford? So it could vary from person to person then?
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So we'll be working with the region in terms of
$1,200, somebody else could only afford
Yeah.
$400.
Yeah.
And so that criteria will allow them to be able to live in the building, which then I would like to think that that's the best way to be affordable, is to base it on what people can afford. And
Yes.
everybody's going to be at a different level. You say there's 20 units, 5 are for developmentally handicapped, and those particular units, are these individuals able to live on their own, or will they be supervised? Because I have personal experience with my own brother who is in community living, and he is supervised 24 hours a day, and there's 3 people that live in the unit, and it's in Mississauga.
Yeah,
so
great.
these developmentally challenged people, are they high enough functioning to be able to live on their own?
That's a great question. I can take it. Do you want to take it? Yeah. So you're absolutely right. There is a wide variety of needs for people. Our desire here is for people that really can and want to and choose to live independently. We certainly are going to come alongside those people and help them to be successful in their community. We're expecting people to be able to manage their own lease. So no, we are not talking about people that maybe are at a far end of the spectrum of high level of support. So a level of independence will definitely be part of the criteria. We are expecting people to be able to, like I said, engage their own lease, and that means understanding their rights and their responsibilities. They need support to be able to be successful to do that. They may need a few hours of support from us to maybe multiple hours a day. That's where our relationship with the Ministry of Community and Social Services really comes in to
So you
make that
provide
happen.
that, though? Yeah. So if it's more, then you provide more. If it's less, you provide less, depending, again,
Yeah.
on where the...
It's very much an individualized system,
That's
yeah.
good. I mean, this is all a part of inclusive's too, and I think it's thumbs up to you folks for...
Yeah, that really is the point, is to make sure that what once was institutions in our communities
Yes.
has now become, at times, maybe little mini institutions and group homes, and now to really be somebody's neighbor, to be part of the community, to be employed, volunteering, to know your neighbor. And we just know that People are way more successful when they take that responsibility of their life and their success on themselves rather than just be a recipient of services. We want people to be participants in the community rather than just a spectator in their own life sometimes.
Thank you very much. It's a
Yeah.
great project. I'm
Yeah, happy to answer
see it.
your
Thank you.
questions. Thank you for them.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much, and it's really great to see this coming to Grimsby. I'm very supportive. I have a few questions, though. How did you make the determination by which units would be dedicated to people with developmental disabilities and which would be sort of below market rate? And when you say below market rate, is that a rent geared to income? Is it subsidized rent? I mean, we could just talk a little more about those two things.
Yeah. And Milen, if you want to chime in, just let me know. Sorry, I haven't been looking your way. So the 5 units is definitely a number that's worthy of asking that exact question. Our desire there was, from a design perspective, those aren't 5 identified units. They don't look, they're not designed really much different than anything else. Everything in the building is accessible. Everything in the building is visitable. So if you don't have a disability and a friend of yours does, they have no barriers to get to come visit you. So from a design perspective, it's not, oh, that's those people on that floor there. It's everything. Why 5 is because we struggle with the idea of what is that sweet spot? What is that number where a 20-unit building becomes an institution? So we had to struggle with that, and we landed, I'm going to say somewhat arbitrarily, on the 5 because nobody's imposing that on us. Nobody is, the demand is certainly there for much more. But what we wanted to avoid was the idea that, oh, that affordable housing building, that's not really an affordable housing building. That's another little mini institution where Christian Horizons provides supports. We would rather have, 5 people that happen to have a developmental disability live amongst a broader community. We want to be the landlord that we would like every other landlord to be, and to welcome that level of inclusion. So that's kind of how we got there. It's not a scientific answer by any means. It's more an art and a heart rather than a technical answer.
So just in follow-up, given that you've received money from the region and possibly money from Grimsby, would you prioritize Grimsby residents, for instance, that may need this service or this opportunity?
This housing is all about people in our community here, absolutely.
So, because I'm assuming there are people in Grimsby who would like to take advantage of this. I know that we have a community of developmentally disabled people in our community. So it would be good to know that they were prioritized, not necessarily exclusively, but prioritized for these units.
So we have an application actually into the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services as well to supplement this, and they're asking the same thing. How do I know that then there's going to be the best interest of what we're funding, right? And so when we talk about what is those 5 units, when we know kind of proportionately how many people in the community actually have some level of disability, we started with that, which is about 12%. But the ministry also says to us, so can you fill the whole building with people? And I said, no, we don't want to do that, because literally what Dave said, it's another institution. But how are we making sure that we're meeting their interest. And they said, so is it all going to be folks from Christian Horizon? I said, it can be because we support people. I said, but it also can be if people from Community Living Grimsby Lincoln want to live here, they absolutely can. It's like we're not owning people. We want to make a home available for people to be able to rent on their own. So it doesn't have, and it could be a family member who's still supporting their loved one at home looking for a place to live. It can be that too. It can be like within the Grimsby community for sure.
Yeah, it's just because I suspect that demand will exceed availability, and I'd want to know that, you know, in recognition of our potential contribution, that we could help our residents here.
So I would agree fully, because we also know when people are close to the community they know and love and family they know and love, that's also in their benefit, right? So bringing people from Waterloo to come live in Grimsby because it's here doesn't really make sense.
Okay,
Fully.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
If I may, just briefly, there is a need to have certain units at certain rental rates in order for the project to be financially viable over the long term, because the funding that we got from the federal government is in part a grant, but in part also a repayable loan over a long period of time. So just to identify that when we were determining affordability, and this might be answering your first question, we have half the units that are above what is called median market rent, which is $885 a month for one bedroom. But so we have half the units that are above that, but then the other half of the units are below that. So there are some RGI, rent geared to income units, that are the ones that work through the region, and some deeply affordable units at the rate of the ODSP shelter allowance. But there is that balance between the units in order for us to be able to financially sustain the project over the long term.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Seeing no further questions from council. We'll move by Councillor Freg, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that delegation from Christian Horizons be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Bob Friesen on the maintenance and preservation of mature trees. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you. I'm here to try to convince you that mature trees are a natural asset and need to be maintained and protected on public and private land. This point of view is especially relevant to this community as mature canopy trees are a rarity in the municipality of Grimsby. According to the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Niagara region has a canopy coverage of 17%. The municipality of Grimsby in 2011 had a canopy coverage of 13.5%. And I can tell you that in my neighborhood, the canopy coverage has diminished significantly over the last decade. According to Environment Canada, communities require 30% canopy coverage to be considered healthy. We are unshaded and therefore considered unhealthy by Environment Canada. This may be for historical reasons. Grimsby in the past has been an orchard. Large shade trees were a hindrance to the livelihood of farmers, but there are more present and persistent reasons that property owners and town staff remove mature shade trees. Next slide, please. Mature trees can crush homes and their roots, their roots can clog drains and destroy sidewalks. They also present nuisance of leaving their leaves in our eaves troughs and yards. Much of our population view mature trees as a liability rather than a natural asset, and this is the reason why I'm speaking to you now. What is less obvious, and what I'd like to highlight here, are the benefits that mature canopy trees provide. Next slide. According to the book Growing Greener Cities, a book published in 1992 by the American Forestry Association, mature trees have significant monetary benefits. A single mature tree, 24 inches in diameter, provides $150 in air conditioning, $150 of erosion control per year, and $100 of air pollution reduction per year. If the tree lives for another 50 years and you compound this at 4% interest for that time, the tree conceivably has provided $63,298.84 of air conditioning, erosion control, and air pollution reduction over its mature life. Next slide, please. This is a headline from CBC story just 2 weeks ago. Next slide. These are the conclusions from the climate department at the University of Waterloo. And the professors who study this don't say that this might happen. They are saying that it is certainly going to happen. Next slide. According to the National Geographic's August 3rd edition of last year, shade trees reduce the temperature 15 degrees in the area immediately around the tree, and they can reduce the internal temperature inside a parked car by 45 degrees. Urban canopies are good because they reduce energy consumption required to cool us. It would seem then that it would be wise to shift our way of thinking about mature trees and consider what benefits we will lose when we remove a mature tree from our environment. When we consider the improvements to air quality and temperature mitigation, the maintenance costs of inspecting, pruning, inoculating trees, and cabling their limbs together so that they can survive to provide these benefits seems like a wise investment. Next slide. Grimsby Garden Club, in cooperation with the town, have promoted a tree planting program. This is an awesome example of the community and town staff working together to improve the environment for future generations. That is a wise investment for the future. But planting new trees does little to help us now. Next slide. Mature trees capture 269 times the amount of carbon as saplings of the same species. In other words, you'd have to plant 269 new trees to equal the carbon capture of a mature one. Is it not more prudent to invest in mature trees that will pay out many times more than it would cost to maintain it? Next slide. Over 50 years, we get $60,000 per tree. We can buy a lot of tree maintenance for that kind of money. Maintaining mature trees is an investment for now, an action that we can take now to mitigate the increasing heat that we're about to be exposed to. This will require a shift in culture. This will require educating the residents of Grimsby of the value of mature trees on their property. This will require educating town staff that risk management needs to include mitigating increasing heat due to climate change, and not just whether a limb will fall or a drain will be clogged. In certain situations, perhaps most situations, it may be wiser in the long run to preserve a tree than to take it down. Our community needs a comprehensive tree plan that protects mature trees on public and private land. Some elements of this plan are already in place. The town already does regular tree inventories that identify trees that are potential problems. There are already laws in place to fine individuals who cut down endangered species. Community groups like the Grimsby Garden Club have already made steps to educate the public with respects to the benefits of mature trees. But more needs to be done to protect mature trees to help protect us from the extreme heat that is coming. Next slide. Beyond aggressively planting new trees, conducting regular tree inventories, we need to contract an arborist to inspect mature trees and develop a maintenance plan for them, educate the population on how they can extend the life of the mature trees on their property, recognize and protect legacy trees, impose fines for illegal tree removal, involve the population in maintaining and monitoring trees. The existence of mature trees in our community depend on this, and our ability to adapt to the increasingly warming climate depends on it as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation, Bob. Questions or comments from council? Well, I certainly know that a mature tree is a valuable asset, and I do believe in that. And I do know that at 13.5% of canopy coverage, Grimsby has a long way to go. I hope we're moving in that direction upward. So thank you very much for your presentation, Bob. Okay, Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. That was very educational for me, and I appreciate that you've come here to talk to us about that. And I think it's something that we really need to consider going forward. So thank you very much.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned about when you have to take down mature trees. Are there, just curious to, other municipalities, or even, how many trees are planted? Is it 3-to-1? Is there a ratio, Bob, with other municipalities, and when they do have to take a tree down, is how many trees get planted to replace that tree?
I've heard lots of ratios, but they tend to be all under 5. 1 to 5, 1 to 4, 1 to 3. If you follow the carbon capture of mature trees, it should be 269. And the issue is that a new tree is going to take 20 years before it starts providing the benefits of mature trees. So it's great, it's wonderful to see the trees down Livingston Avenue go up. That's fantastic. But they're not really going to help us very much in the next 2 decades. We need to do something about the mature trees that we have working for us now.
Seeing no further questions or comments from council, just need a mover and seconder to receive Bob Friesen's delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the delegation from Bob Friesen be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Bob. You have a good evening. All right, up next we have McNally House Hospice zoning bylaw application fee refund. Pamela, good evening. Murray, good evening.
Hi, thank you. Your Worship, Mayor Jordan, and members of Grimsby Council. This is our first opportunity to formally thank you for your support since your decision to unanimously approve our 2 rezoning applications, which, as you know, will lead to a new 10-bed hospice and a day hospice. Since that approval, our planners have worked with town staff on the details of our site plan application, and pleased to say that the site plan application is almost complete, and it will be submitted to town staff in the next couple of weeks. And our goal is to begin to build next spring. McNally House remains committed to implementing the features that will help mitigate impacts on our neighboring properties. Our Life in Every Moment campaign continues to progress very positively. To date, we've raised more than $6.7 million of our $9.5 million goal. We have added several people to our campaign cabinet, and we're reaching out to the community members for their support. The residents of West Niagara are very generous and very supportive. The town of Lincoln approved a funding request in May of 2021 of $115,000. That's $23,000 per year for a 5-year period, which commenced this year. In December of 2021, Niagara Regional Council approved their 2022 budget, which included a total of $1.1 million, $220,000 per year over 5 years as a contribution for the McNally House expansion. In the interests of openness and transparency, we will be making a similar request during the next budget cycle to Grimsby. The support of Niagara Region and West Niagara municipalities is critical to the project coming to fruition. Planning Act approvals, financial contributions, and the waiver of fees by municipalities send a signal to the provincial government and the general public that the project is legitimate and will be constructed. Pam, would you like to continue?
Certainly. So this brings us to the reason why we are here this evening. In September 2020, we appeared at the Committee of the Whole requesting a waiver of fees associated with our applications under the Planning Act. As noted by Councillor Bothwell at that time, and reiterated by your Treasurer, Ms. Brenz, during the recent request by the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation, Council has the authority under Section 69(2) of the Planning Act to waive such fees. At the meeting in September 2020, several of you pledged your support of our fee waiver request. In fact, at your recent June 6th meeting, an opinion was expressed that Council had already approved our request. The matter was referred to staff in September 2020. However, the request was never formally returned for approval by council. We also wanted to wait until now to revisit this request, as we did not want to muddy any waters during our rezoning process. So in discussions with Ms. Brenz, we felt it appropriate to return this evening to formalize the support of council that council indicated in September of 2020. That is for our request of a fee refund of $30,830 in association with the rezoning application fees, which have already been paid. Thank you for your time this evening and for your kind consideration of our request.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Murray and Pamela. Questions or comments from council? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconder Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the delegation from McNally House Hospice be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Pamela and Murray. Have a good evening.
Thanks. You as well. Take care.
Our next delegation is Greg Middleton on the Grimsby Air Park. Good evening, Greg. Good evening, Greg. You're welcome to go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thanks very much, guys. Apologize for my video being out, suffering from technical difficulties on this end. I hope that all of you have had a chance to take a look at the documentation that was sent off via Dave Sharp, and thank you, Dave, for that. In short, what we are as a group looking for from the town is simply some support for communication between Dean Allison's office and Transport Canada. They have actually, Dean's office has already sent that information off to Transport Canada, and West Lincoln's doing the same thing. They've actually supported that communication, and we thought it would be a great idea if Grimsby could jump on board on this. I'm not going to go over much of what's in that documentation because it's fairly self-explanatory. But what I would like to touch on is simply the importance of shutting this air park down in this town. It's strongly believed, and if anybody knows anybody that's on the Burlington Council, that these air parks, because of their jurisdictional immunity, it can really be a thorn in the side of council and land planning. As you know, we've already discovered the company that has purchased that property is already using it as a works yard. That was their original end game, we figure, and originally, when that property, which should never have been reclassified as a rural or from rural to utility, that was done to facilitate a land sale. So you know, this whole situation is truly unfortunate because we have, in essence, property that is in the greenbelt that should never have been reclassified. Now it's been reclassified to utility. Now it's being used as a works yard. And we have this air park that's causing a lot of people a lot of grief. You'll find in the package that I sent off, there's roughly 30 households that have signed up. And those are only people that actually receive email. There's a number of people that don't receive email. They're not on that list. And there are a number of seniors that are frankly afraid to join the list because of the intimidation tactics that the air park has employed to discourage people from speaking up. So that my first ask is that the town of Grimsby support our communications to Transport Canada via Dean Allison's office. Our second ask is as we understand it, the Sobey Road unopened road allowance is currently leased to the air park. We were hopeful that town council would see fit to, when that lease comes up for renewal, to not renew that lease. And the objective of doing that is to make the operation of this air park a little bit more difficult, especially for larger aircraft, and perhaps discourage the property's use as an air park in general. Now, at the end of the day, if we are able to get the license for this air park removed, then this company that owns that property that should have been left in the rural property inventory will no longer be able to use interjurisdictional immunity to insulate itself from scrutiny by either the region or the town with respect to building and land use. I'm gonna point back to Burlington and that case study there. That air park basically justified the tipping of roughly $1 million worth of fill on their property. Of course, all the damage to the roads that came with it, and all the disruption and the destruction of the property in itself. $1 million worth of fill, and they got away with that by claiming interjurisdictional immunity. They claimed it had something to do with the expansion of the air park, and anybody that's familiar with that story knows that it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with $1 million that they got for that tipping. So I think that's about it in a nutshell. If you have any questions, I'd welcome that.
Thank you for your presentation, Greg. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. Unfortunately, I've not seen the materials that you're referring to, so it's really hard to even ask questions. I mean, without knowing what all the issues are. So I think we're at a little bit of a disadvantage here. I'm personally not, I don't know what the whole sort of backstory is to what you're telling us. So I'm wondering if we should have an opportunity to be able to review those materials, and perhaps we could discuss it then.
Yes, certainly.
I would welcome that opportunity, most definitely.
Any further questions or comments from council? Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Likewise, Greg, I haven't seen the materials either. You mentioned that you sent a package to Councillor Sharp, and he was supposed to circulate it. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, my understanding is once the motion went forward, the documentation that was attached to it would be circulated.
Maybe you can send a copy to the clerk and she can send it around to us. I like the idea of an air park in Grimsby, of course, if it falls within the rules of the Transport Canada. Has Dean Allison had any luck with anything that he's been doing for you? And what is he doing? What is he doing for you?
He's actually petitioning Transport Canada and making them aware of our concerns, and there are a number of them, and they relate to safety. We've got the Westward Park up there, we've got the Grassy Hamlet up there, we've got other homes and properties in the immediate vicinity. This air park was never meant to be a full-blown training operation, a full-blown air park. It was a hobbyist operation, hosting a few airplanes and a few pilots. And as we discovered prior to the increase in gas prices, we were having flights over our properties, our homes, at 50 feet, 100 feet, 100 times a day. So, there are a lot of issues there. And even with respect to some of Transport Canada's guidelines, the Westward Park is in a hazardous zone. We've got other operations, livestock operations. We've got that are all in that area that shouldn't be. That air park should never have been allowed in the first place. But it was there from a long time ago, and it was, again, a lightly used air park, and they were respectful. Now we've got a different situation at hand.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest that staff come back to council. First of all, forward that information around that you claim you've forwarded to Councillor Sharp. But I'd like to suggest that staff come back with a more of a detailed overview of the whole situation that you're talking about, so that we can have an intelligent conversation and debate and make a decision as to how we might support you. If I might suggest it, and I don't know, I guess, Sarah, I guess you have to direct that to you to organize something. I don't know who in staff would do this. I have no idea.
So you would like staff to bring back?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some things here that we are not aware of, and has a staff report been generated already? I see Harry's hand up there.
CAO, go ahead.
For you, Mayor, to Councillor Frake, we've met with Greg and MPD Nelson a number of times in the air park. It's an allowed utility up there. There's nothing staff could do on that. The mayor and I have met with Dean Ellison and MPP Sam Osterhoff on this. So there's nothing really for staff to report back on. I think, Greg, are you just asking for support for this petition that you sent to Dean Ellison through Transport Canada? Like, what are you asking for council to do?
We would like the support of the town with respect to that specific document. And unfortunately, you guys haven't seen it, contrary to my understanding. So, yeah, we're looking for that as well. It's not a requirement that the town actually lease that Soviet unopened road allowance. And we were hopeful that by declining to lease that property to them, that would also inhibit their operations.
Mayor, to council members, I think if we could get what he's asking us to do through it, I think when I talked to Greg, you wanted us to support your request for a petition to Transport Canada. I think let's get that documentation and we could discuss it at the August meeting. But for staff to do another report, there is no need for us to do another report. We've met with Dean, we've met with Sam Osterhoff. It's an approved utility, and really Transport Canada is the one making the call on this.
Yeah, it's difficult for us to make a decision and support Greg if we don't know what we're supporting. I mean, that's the problem. So we haven't seen the document. Maybe the document should be circulated so we can see it, and maybe bring this back to council so that we can decide whether we want to support them or not. I'll leave it at that, and I'll leave it with the CAO to maybe be the action person on this. Okay. Is that good? Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And to the council, so I did just circulate the letter, and there's a list of names. I've been back and forth with this, and I did send it to the clerk, and it was attached as a correspondence to this agenda. But so I have circulated the email. Greg, that was the letter to Dean Allison. And I also circulated there's a list of the residents, got names and addresses.
Just a clarification from the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that letter did contain third-party information, and for privacy concerns, we did not have their consent, so we recommended to the delegation that they circulate it to council, and I don't think that has happened.
Yeah,
but I could not attach it to the agenda.
So maybe the letter was not attached to the agenda, but I did just forward that letter to each of the councilors, and I've had a few meetings over the phone with Greg, and I know some of the people who live in that area, some of his neighbors, and so if you remember, we had a dispute or an appeal over the use of it as a private works yard early in this term of council, and So now they're using it, I guess, as a private works yard and as an airport. And if Greg is still on the line, he has a little more information about the jurisdictional immunity that they get from the air park. It's like they, my understanding is that you can't have both. You're either an airport or not an airport. And when they decide to be a works yard, they might not be able to continue the air park use, and so it may come down to deciding which one they want to use the land for. And so what my understanding is that we would support this letter to Dean Allison. The town would endorse it.
Just a clarification, I don't think we're in a position to endorse it right now because several councillors haven't seen it. So why don't we just receive this tonight and then we'll deal with it at the August meeting?
Yeah, fine. Greg, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Is it okay to do it in the August meeting? It's early in August, the 2nd.
Absolutely. And, yeah,
Okay.
totally agree.
Yeah, then I'm okay with that. I guess there was some personal information in there that stopped us from publishing it in the agenda, but I have circulated it to the council, and we'll be better prepared at the August 2nd meeting.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
All right, seeing no further questions or comment, oh, Councillor Sharp,
I
go
move
ahead.
I move to accept.
So seeing no further questions or comments from council, we need a mover and seconder. We have a mover as Councillor Sharp to receive, and seconder Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Greg Middleton be received. All in favor? That's carried. Good evening, Greg. Have a nice evening. Thank you for the information you provided tonight. Up next, we have Herb Sawatsky, Biodiversity and Climate Action Collective, Niagara. Good evening, Herb.
Good evening. Is it possible for me to share my screen? Or did...
Yes, we'll be able to do that.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm contacting you, speaking to you on behalf of Liz Benyon and the Climate Action Collective, the group that she leads. I am a part of 50 by 30 Niagara. We're formed in February of this year, and I've sent quite a few emails out on climate action and all that municipalities can do for climate change in the area. So I'm sure that you've received those emails. 50 by 30, we wish to be hopeful, and we believe that there's a lot that municipalities can do to address climate change, and not only as individual citizens, but that municipalities such as Grimsby can do a lot to facilitate climate action, taking our emissions down to 50% from current levels by 2030 and all the way down to zero emissions by 2050. Municipalities, according to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, states that municipalities are in direct and indirect control of 60% of all of Canada's emissions. Municipal emissions have 5 sources. 80% of emissions come from buildings and from vehicles, over which municipalities have a great deal of control, both direct and indirectly. The remainder comes from municipal waste, agriculture, and industry, where municipalities have a little bit less leverage, as you are certainly all very aware. Buildings, 5% of all buildings are responsible for 50% of all emissions. So essentially in Grimsby, if we were to probably go down to the downtown cores, where the most buildings are, that's where you would see half of all emissions be produced through buildings. Many municipalities across Canada are taking action to make sure that current buildings that are being built right now would not emit any CO2 emissions or other fossil fuel emissions. However, We can't only deal with new buildings. We have to deal with those buildings that are currently standing. 2/3 of all buildings in place today will still be in place in 20 years. I don't know what kind of home you live in. My home, well, the earliest deed goes back to 1908. That's solid construction. Buildings tend to be around for a long time. So we can deal with buildings by retrofitting them and improving the insulation and taking them off of fossil fuels. With transportation, the best thing to do is to create a mixed-use density and walkable community, and also bring in intermunicipal public transportation. For environmental restoration, the third pillar of our proposal, excuse me, that was my phone. We would love to see a tree canopy. In fact, we're advocating very strongly for a tree canopy of 30% and that peatlands and wetlands be restored. Restoring peatlands and wetlands is cost-free. There's pretty much nothing that needs to be done. You just leave them alone and they restore themselves. Reducing emissions in these areas is not only a future endeavor. They also make life much more affordable and create a more business-friendly environment today. Something like capturing waste heat is highly efficient, and it allows businesses to thrive and to prosper in a local community as their energy costs go down. Making a walkable community means that our citizens in these communities need their cars a whole lot less. Here in Grimsby, I drive past a new development in Thorold on a regular basis. There is absolutely nothing that the members who will be moving into that community can do without getting into a car. We can design our communities much more efficiently than that. And when we do that, not only do we reduce emissions, but we make life much more affordable. Municipalities such as Grimsby are already taking a lot of significant steps to reduce municipal emissions. This is on the corporate side of things. You're reducing emissions by replacing LED light bulbs. In St. Catharines, they're saving over $1 million a year by switching out LED light bulbs. 1/4 of that is on labor. The remainder is on energy. I believe it is Port Colborne. Niagara-on-the-Lake and Port Colborne both are saving approximately $100,000 a year. If Grimsby has already done this, then the staff knows that you are also having significant savings by just having switched out light bulbs. Many municipalities are also replacing their vehicle fleets, are retrofitting buildings, are installing solar panels. And you're doing this because you're wise and you're smart and you know that this will lead to savings, that this will not only reduce CO2 emissions, but this will also reduce costs over time. And a lot of these things will reap enough savings that they'll pay for themselves often within 10 years, not always, but often. Now, recently, in fact, just last week, the region of Niagara approved its official plan and has sent that off to the province. The province will have received it by now. And so a part of the official plan, as you're all aware, includes a climate action plan. Our ask is that the municipality of Grimsby also create a climate action plan, and then within that, create a municipal energy plan to transition all buildings off of fossil fuels. Grimsby spends approximately $90 million a year on energy. That would be the total community costs of all the citizens. That's an awful lot of money. And if efficiencies are brought in, as they absolutely can be when we transition off of fossil fuels, that will save the citizens, the residents of Grimsby, a great deal of money. And we know this is true because the municipalities are already experiencing it in the transitions that they've made, the retrofits that you've made in your own facilities. A municipal energy plan, as I've said, will reduce emissions, will create financial savings, and will create a business-friendly environment. District energy is one way to reduce energy consumption. The reductions in energy consumptions are very substantial. This number for 50%, it comes from the International District Energy Association, and that's with the assumption that your fuel source is natural gas. If your fuel source is something other than that, it's waste heat or sewer water, or if it's ground sourced through either geothermal or geo-exchange, or if it's air sourced or lake water or river water, then the energy efficiencies are far, far higher than that. Essentially, with something like waste heat or waste water, sewer water, that is energy that is already paid for. So it is then essentially free. You're simply using energy that has already been used once and is now sitting there. Wastewater, and that's the better name here than sewer water. Wastewater, about 80% of the energy that goes into heating water gets wasted, which makes sense. If we run our dishwashers, that hot water simply goes down the drain once it's been used. It can be recaptured. It can be used then to heat and cool buildings. It's being done in Vancouver with False Creek District Energy, and it's been done in other places as well. Yeah, the case studies for district energy go back 2,000 years all the way to the Roman Empire. The city of Pompeii captured heat from springs and used hollowed out logs to direct it into the city where they heated their spas. London, Ontario has been doing this since the 1880s. It's currently being done in Cornwall and Hamilton and London and Ottawa and Sudbury and Toronto and Windsor. I'm sure that we have all heard of Enwave and all that they're doing. It's a very active corporation that is doing an awful lot to bring in fossil fuel free energy for heating and cooling into municipalities. They claim that deep lake water cooling in downtown Toronto has reduced energy consumption by 80% and emissions by 93%. They have businesses coming to them asking to be plugged into the network that they have in downtown Toronto. Enwave is also working in Markham, where they are establishing a neighborhood of 300 houses, all of which are being connected to ground-sourced geothermal energy. What they've done there, instead of each home having its own ground source for geothermal energy, is they've tied them all in together in a loop. When you tie it in together into a loop, then you increase your efficiency and you need fewer wells. You don't need one well per home or multiple wells per home. You need fewer wells overall. That increases efficiency, which then reduces costs. And they're doing it with a development of 300 homes. That tells all of us that this can be done with a community of absolutely any size. In Montreal, there's a neighborhood where a resident worked very hard simply to connect 6 buildings together. There's an article on this on CBC. They did a TV article. You can catch it on YouTube if you wish. And she insists that her bill, or the combined bill for all 6 buildings, is now lower than what her initial bill was before she went to this ground source geothermal energy. What I'm advocating for you today is that we make a better world. 50 by 30 Niagara is currently a group of 70 citizens. We are building up our team and we are focusing on the election that's coming up in October. I spent Canada Day talking with citizens, and it took me a little bit of time to get up my courage to do this, but I would simply walk up to people. I had a little pamphlet with me. There's 2 of us that were doing this, and I simply asked people, would you like to know what you can do to address climate change in Niagara? It was amazing how many people said yes, and how many people we talked to and signed up that day. A lot of people cared deeply about climate change. A lot of people want our municipalities to take action on this. And a lot of people want to know what they can do. The reality is, the great news is that there's a lot that we can do. And when we do take action on climate change, we're not only planning to reduce our emissions for the future, We're making more livable and more sustainable lives in communities today. We're creating jobs, we're creating green communities, which are just more pleasant, and we're creating communities that are far more affordable. I was surprised to discover 2 weeks ago that when it comes to things like urban sprawl, that it's actually that the residents of the city, those people who are already residents of a city, through their taxes are subsidizing the sprawl, because the money that is recouped from a new development, when it is pure sprawl, doesn't actually pay for that development. It is money that's upfront, but it doesn't pay for it over time. A mixed-use walkable community is cheaper for the city to build, it's cheaper for builders to build, and it's cheaper to live in. It's just not cookie cutter, and you can't build it 300 buildings at a time. So we have the opportunity, and we are encouraging every single municipality to make a better world. And it's not a better world for tomorrow. It's a better world for today. It's frustrating to see our global leaders, our national leaders, and our provincial leaders do so little. They say a lot of the right things, and yet things don't seem to happen. The wonderful thing is that municipalities can do an awful lot to address climate change and to take climate action by focusing on vehicles, by focusing on buildings, by focusing on environmental restoration, by allowing wetlands and peatlands to just heal themselves, putting no money down. Planting trees is expensive. Many other things like walkable communities and retrofitted buildings will pay for themselves. And if it's done through a utility company, then the utility company actually gets some of the money back, and the municipality gets some of the money back, which then is money that can be used to plant more trees. So this is our encouragement to you. This is our ask of you. The region has adopted a plan, and we want to see every municipality, certainly Grimsby, take steps towards adopting a plan and then implementing that plan and taking action on that plan by the end of 2023. Thank you for your time, and I did email a number of documents out to you this afternoon, including this slide presentation. All of everything that I've told you just now is well sourced, heavily sourced. A lot of it is from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and other agencies. I'd love to hear from you down the road, and I'm certainly open to conversation and questions right now.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Herb. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Herb, thank you for the presentation. I guess the council is getting and the public is getting a great education tonight on preservation and environmental protection between the trees and now your climate action plan suggestions. The first question I'd like to ask is of staff, of our CAO, do we have a climate action plan? I mean, do we have something in place already? Harry, you there?
Go ahead, CAO.
I thought the questions are for the delegation at this point.
No, but I'm just asking the question, do we have a climate action plan?
We have some initiatives and tactical initiatives to move towards it. Like we have a geothermal downtown, we have a couple initiatives, tree planting initiatives, but we haven't adopted a full climate action plan at this point. It is something that we'll be working on with orientation of the new council because it is such a critical item.
Okay, thank you. Back to Herb. Herb, do you have scorecards for communities that you measure communities and how they protect the environment, how they measure these particular facts that you have in here?
We do not have a scorecard for local municipalities right now, no. We've been an organization that began in February. There are probably a number of organizations that do scorecarding. What we do look at is the number of municipalities across Canada and here in Ontario that currently have very aggressive plans. Oakville has an excellent plan. Toronto, Vancouver has a strong plan. There's a lot of plans that are already in place. And so we are simply encouraging the municipalities here in Niagara to make their similar plans. We have a very strong recommendation that we're making. I have a more detailed plan than this. But we also know that each staff and each municipality is going to have to come to terms with it themselves. So we're highly informed, but we don't want to be overly prescriptive. And to speak to Mr., if I might speak up on behalf of the CAO, the Niagara region only just adopted their climate action plan a week ago. And I believe that the political process is that now that every single municipality would follow in step and be in line with that. And we certainly support that. We are encouraging a much more strongly worded action plan than what the Niagara region has. But that being said, as I understand it, the proper process would be that the municipalities would follow the region, and we are now encouraging the municipalities to do exactly that.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation, Herb, and it is certainly something that we should all strive to, both as an individual and as a municipality. We only have one environment, and we really need to control its destiny. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Herb Sawatsky be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for your presentation, Herb. You have a good evening.
Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch. All the best.
All right, now we move to our consent agenda. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I'd like to lift 7.1A, 7.1C, and 7.3A.
All right, anyone else like to lift any? Councillor Frake? All right, need mover and seconder to approve the consent item. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following item and that the various consent item be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report DRS 22-16, 13 for 13 Festival Municipal Significant Designation. All in favor? That's carried. All right, what's the order now? All right, so now we move to Administration and Finance, 7.1A, Report TC 2214, Delegation of Authority for Municipally Significant Events. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like some clarification from the clerk. I completely support, all the one-offs. I don't think they need to come to council, but just want to ensure that some of the ones that might be more complex or have impacts on the neighborhood still be brought forward to council. So I'd like to make sure that that option is still available to the clerk in the event that there's something that should have council's attention.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. As per the report, it does say that when deemed, events would be deemed municipally significant when it's appropriate. So any big, large events that require road closures or bigger events that have tents, more departments involved, that will all come to council. So it's really those one-off that's maybe a day or two of events that would come to, that would go through the clerk.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, seeing no further questions, we have a resolution. Moved by Councillor Barty, need a seconder? Councillor Sharp? Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report TC 22-14, delegation of authority for municipally significant events dated July 4th, 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Grimsby delegate authority to the town clerk or designate to consider requests and, when appropriate, to deem occasions as events of municipal significance under the Liquor License and Control Act 2019 as amended. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to 7.1B, report FIN 22-17, biannual procurement update.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I retract that. I had noted the wrong one. It's 7.1C that I wanted to refer to.
All right, well, we have a resolution on the floor, okay. So I'll have you move it then, since you lifted it. I need a seconder. Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FIN 22-17, biannual procurement report dated July 4th, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to 7.1C, referred matters list update. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about, they're not numbered here, the school zone, Main and Ellis area, Main and Governors area. I'm wondering, seeing as this was originally requested August 3rd of 2021, can we please ask Public Works to follow up with the region for a response? It's been really outstanding for quite a long time, and I'd like to get this resolved before the new school year. Okay.
All right, any further questions or comments? I think that'll just be noted by our Director of Public Works to contact the region, so I don't think we need to do anything other than receive it. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the council referred matters list be received. All in favor?
Okay.
That's carried. All right, now we move to report 8.1A, report FIN 22-14, McNally House Hospice, waiver of zoning.
I pulled 7.3.
Yeah, it's going to come on the public Public Works. All right, so we're at planning now. You have the resolution, Sarah? All right. Beth, you're going to talk about this? Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Council. So the purpose of the report in front of you this evening is to provide information or update regarding the McNally Houses Hospice request for a waiver of fees for its zoning bylaw amendment application in light of discussion at the May 16th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting relating to a similar ask by West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation. As the presenter noted, there was a report that staff brought forward to Committee of the Whole in 2020 related to this request, which at the time was estimated at $31,000. Committee of the Whole approved receiving the report, and a motion to approve the waiver of $31,000 in fees was not considered. The town does not budget for granting or waiving of fees for nonprofit organizations. As such, the reimbursement of these fees to McNally House would be considered or would need to be funded on the tax levy. I did note in the report that we are authorized under Section 69.2 of the Planning Act to reduce or waive application fees if council is satisfied that it would be unreasonable to require payment. I would like to take a moment just to highlight that approving individual waivers of fees without a specific program with a set criterion budget could provide an unfair advantage to organizations that are provided a waiver and creates undue pressure on the budget and can set precedent for future asks from other nonprofit organizations. Just something to note if this is something that we're looking to do going forward, something to consider as part of council's strategic priority setting exercise, developing a funding policy and fund it in the budget accordingly in future years' budgets.
Thank you, Beth. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I just have a question, maybe Beth can help me. We waived some fees for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation office across from the hospital. Can you tell me how much we waived to them? Like a dollar value?
I believe it was approximately $14,000. I would have to validate that, but I think that was roughly what it was.
Okay, so we're in the neighborhood of half of what the fees are on this that we waived to the hospital foundation. So something that I wasn't really thinking about before is that where are we going to get this from? I didn't realize that it's not in the budget. Although, how do our planning fees work? Do we determine our planning fees? It's like a net zero cost. We determine the fees based on how many we have each year, and we budget going forwards.
Yes, through the mayor, great question. That is a requirement to ensure that that department, the fees are covering the costs of the staff and the cost to provide the service. That is true.
So if we have more planning applications in 1 year, then we're a bit heavy. We have extra. And if we have less planning applications in a year, then we're a bit light.
Correct, yes, but we would budget to be net zero through the chair.
So how are we doing this year?
Through the mayor, unfortunately, I don't have those answers for you right now, but we are in the process. We're just closing up Q2. We are planning to bring a report to committee for information the beginning of September. That will give good line of sight to that. I did mention in the report, if you did want to support this, I think you could support it through the use of surplus, assuming that we do end up in a surplus. And if we don't, then we look to possibly funding from a reserve if required. Unfortunately, I can't tell you if we're in a surplus position right now, corporately or within the planning department.
Okay. Good information is good to have. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Beth, I think I heard you say that we should maybe develop a policy on this going forward so that we don't get ourselves caught in this trap, if you want to call it that. Then staff know at budget time what to budget, because a not-for-profit is a not-for-profit. They don't pay the same property taxes, do they not? Pay less, or is it like 25%, so that we don't have to always, or you don't always have to come back to council for approval because it's part of the policy. I'm not sure the mechanics of it, how we do it, but is that what you were suggesting? Do we need a motion?
Through the mayor, yeah, I think that there's some value in setting some parameters to a program, like what it is, your goals, like is it affordable housing, is it things that benefit the community? If we can put some criteria around it and agree upon, and then maybe limiting it to a set amount of budget. I know we saw with the other report, the region is forgiving some of those development charges. They do have a set program and a budget for that. I believe it's a first come, first serve basis. So it's always a hard thing to try and, guesstimate who's going to come forward and with what dollar amount. But I think as a good start, that that might give some clarity to the other nonprofits in the community that would like to benefit from something similar, that there's a process and a set budget annually for it, and that council is supportive of those initiatives.
Well, it makes sense, especially since we're ending one term of council, we're going into another term of council, and there'll be different people on council, and they'll maybe have a different approach too. And so I think that, if staff could come back with something. I don't know if do we need to put a motion on the floor to, maybe our director of planning could speak to us. I mean, our CAO. Have you got any thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mayor, through to Councillor Dunstall. It's not to be doing a policy right now because we're coming to the end of your term. It was all about the new council setting priorities. Is this something they would like to embark on? I think the more important thing is this specific request by hospice. Is council going to support this or is it not? We said we could fund it out of either surplus this year or reserves. So I think the important direction we need from this council is, are you going to support funding this 31,000 or not?
Well, we've started something. It's hard to say no when you've done it already, isn't it? Anyhow, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Beth, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do think it'd be a good idea to get a policy in place with criteria to make sure that it's something that supports the community or there's a definite community benefit. But, because it does come off the tax roll, our revenue from taxes, maybe going forward in the next term, when we have a policy in place, that it's cost shared, so that, whatever we consider, it's a sharing 50-50, or I just put that out there for you, Beth, to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a thought. I know other municipalities, when they're making their contributions to support an organization, they do it over maybe 3 to 5 years. Is that something we could look at as because we are showing support to an organization? Is that something we could look at, not like maybe doing it over a 2 or 3 or different time frame over? That's something we could look at. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I think one consideration for doing it over multiple years is that it would be something that we would want to budget going forward. Not to say that we couldn't do that. I think if that was the direction, I would recommend that we fund it from a reserve in future years' budgets, and it's just more on a one-time or set duration period, so it doesn't have to be budgeted on the base. So that is definitely something to consider. I'm not opposed to that.
All right, any further questions or comments from council? Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So reading in the report, it says that to take the money if there's a surplus this year, and if not, then to look into, the reserves. Is it not possible just to take the money from the reserves, as if there is a surplus this year, we'll probably put it back into the reserves? So can we not make a motion just to fund this from the reserves at this time? And move forward, and then that way there at the end of this year, if there is stuff, I'm sure we're probably going to put any foreseeable surplus, if there is, back into our reserves anyway. So can we just not take the money from the reserves at this time?
Yes, good point. Through the mayor, I'm supportive of that approach. I was just trying to limit, the back and forth transfers between the reserves, but that's a clear direction, and we can definitely move forward with that.
So I'll ask the mayor then. Do we have a motion on the floor to fund this through our reserves right now?
Yeah, yes, well, I'm happy to entertain that motion, and the clerk's just preparing it now.
I'd like to put that motion on the floor, please.
All right, seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that report FIN 22-14 be received and that staff be directed to reimburse the $30,830 zoning bylaw amendment fees for the McNally House Hospice to be funded from reserves, the contingency and stabilization reserve to fund the waiver. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to 8.1B, Report FIN 2215, Financial Update, Computerized Maintenance Management System, CMMS, and Enterprise Asset Management, EAM, solution. And Beth, are you going to lead this? All right.
Yes, I am. Thank you. So the purpose of this report, again, is to request council's approval to amend. This title is full of acronyms, but it's spelled out the Computerized Maintenance Management Software / Enterprise Asset Management / Customer Service Management Project budget to maximize known grant funding that is available. So as outlined in the report, this project or these systems are aimed to improve on customer service, asset management, and reporting through the use of the following systems: a customer portal to allow for increased efficiency in customer service for residents, businesses, and visitors, a tracking of asset performance and failure mechanisms to improve decision-making and time-critical decisions. That's the tie into the asset management, improve task and time management, record keeping, and reporting across the corporation. And it is an integral component of the town's asset management program. So we'll touch again on that in council in the asset management program update. We are considering the anticipation of the restricted acts period, and staff did feel it was appropriate to amend the budget at this time to ensure that there are adequate funds to support a timely procurement of the softwares, ensuring that there's adequate budget to support the full procurement commitment award. If we are not able to meet the deadlines associated with the grant streams, we would be at risk of losing the funding. There will be no impact to the tax levy as a result of this amendment. And for your information, when we approved the 2022 budget, we did approve we approved the 2020 capital ask, but the intention was to phase the project in over 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024. What we're asking to do today is to increase the 2022 budget to reflect the full amount of funding available. What we're asking is to amend the budget by $720,000. So the original was budgeted at $380,000 to reflect the total project cost, which is now estimated at $1.1 million. The largest component of this project is being funded by the Provincial Modernization Grant intake number 3, which is $651,000. So I think when we had the budget approved originally, we had a lesser amount, but when we submitted the application, we ended up getting more. As part of that program, though, the town is required to contribute 35% reserve contribution, and the province will pay the remainder of 65%. So the total for that is $651,000, and then the remainder of the project, we are recommending that the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding be used. So again, to highlight, this is just a timing issue. Going into the restrictive acts period, we have a procurement out on the street. We're doing project demos in July, and we are hopeful to try and award something in the fall. We have to have this software in place and largely expended by March of 2023 to meet the modernization grant initiative. So it is important to this project that we have the budget allocated in 2022 and not over the next 3 years to support the procurement award. And there is no impact on the tax levy as a result of this adjustment. I am happy to answer any questions you might have about this.
All right, thank you, Beth. Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Beth, for the presentation and the report. I'm a little concerned about something here, that, did our budgeting process go wrong somewhere along the way? Because we approved $380,000. 2022, we moved it up to $720,000. And now we're looking at $1.1 million. So did we do something desperately wrong when we budgeted all this?
Oh, through the mayor, that's a great question. That's what I was kind of trying to touch on before.
You know, so those are gigantic swings. I mean, it's not simple. It's not easy. They're not small dollars.
So when we brought forward the business case in 2022, we had asked in 2022, 2023, and 2024. So we phased in the project over 3 years. My concern is that if we, the procurement report that just went, we are requesting that every procurement that we issue and commit the organization to is fully funded. Unfortunately, we don't have, if we sign a multi-year contract with a vendor, we can't say to them, we only commit this much this year, this much next year, and this much the following year. We have to ensure that we have appropriate budget to support the full commitment award. Nothing has changed as far as it's timing. We had the ask in 2023 and 2024, but in Grimsby Council only approved the 2022 budget ask. We didn't approve 2023 and 2024. So this isn't per se an incremental ask. It's just the timing of the funding being approved in 2022, as opposed to waiting to have 2023 and 2024 approved. It's a timing difference between when we plan to commit the money versus spend the money.
So what you're saying is that we're pulling money from future budgets which we haven't even discussed or agreed on yet.
So we did through.
So you're assuming that we're going to approve this in the next 2 years. So you're bringing all that forward, even though we haven't approved a budget for 2023 and 2024.
So you make a great point.
I'm just trying to understand it here because I'm a little confused as to where all this money is coming from.
No, I think you're bang on. So what we're trying to do here is be fully transparent to say, if we're going to award a multi-year contract for this software, we want to ensure that we have the appropriate budget in place. Current practice at Grimsby has been to budget over multiple years in alignment with the spend. But the issue is, if council didn't approve, if you don't approve the budget up front for the total project, you're absolutely right. We could get down the path and commit and start the process and not have approval to complete the project. But there's no point in moving forward with anything to do with the project if we don't have council support for the full cost of the program. And in tandem with that, awarding the procurement contract, which we have out on the street right now, which we haven't awarded anything, and it would be totally subject to your approval of the budget. So this is your chance here to have a say around the total cost of this project and what the intention is, and to approve it or not.
And Beth, just to compliment in your report, we're getting over almost 680,000 of grant money for this now.
So I didn't catch that, Harry. You want to say that again?
And it's in the report in recommendation 2, that we had received a much bigger grant from the government. We heard about it this year, so we weren't able to predict that for the 2022 budget. So of that 1.1 million, we're getting almost 700,000 from external sources. So there's no budget issue. We're just trying to show you the full costing of this system in light of the fact we received a much higher grant than we ever anticipated. So we're just trying to be totally transparent. We budgeted 380, but we're getting almost 700 now from the feds and the province, I believe. So we're just trying to disclose the full amount.
So was that grant specifically for these 2 programs? Or was it a grant we were going to use in the various other programs? And we're just putting it all into just one program now?
If I may, through the mayor, you're correct. There is one grant program, which is the modernization grant, intake number 3, and that total of that grant is $423,000. What we're also looking to supplement the project with is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF, for $448,000. Annually, we receive $2.1 million in OCIF funding. So yes, we are recommending that a portion of that 2.1 million in OCIF be allocated to this project, and I can confirm that we have some unallocated funds available to use that for this project.
And the money that we're pulling out of the reserves to accommodate this next 2 years, is that going back into reserves next year? How is it going to get back into reserves next year or into surplus next year? How does that plan work? Because we're pulling some of it out of reserves, is that right?
Correct, through the mayor to Councillor. As according to the modernization grant program, the town must contribute 35% of the overall grant. So that equates to $228,000 that we will be pulling from reserve. And if it's used on the project, then it won't go back to the reserve. It will be used for the cost of the program, for the software rather.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. I think there might be some other questions. I may come back with another question or two. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Beth, Harry. I'm going to come back to you shortly. I'm still very concerned that we've gone from $380,000 to $1.1 million. Even though we're getting it from grants and reserves, I still have a concern about it that we didn't budget it properly to begin with. Anyways, I'll let someone else ask a few questions. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, Beth, to try and understand this. This was originally a multi-year project, correct? All right.
Correct, yes, we had planned to.
And we have in the past approved multi-year initiatives so that when we start to do our budget, say for 2023, we already knew that there were certain things that we agreed to in 2022, that carry over. So they're already reflected in that budgets. We have the ability to make longer term commitments than just 1 year, correct?
Correct.
So,
if I could.
So why I guess, why aren't we doing this here? Is it to take advantage of the grants? And is it the intention that, if this is a multi-year project, do you have to finish it in the next 6 months to use up this money? Or do you basically just have to book it and then surplus it? It's not really clear to me what's going on here.
Okay, through the mayor, I hope I'm going to chunk this off. So you're correct. In the past, with the town, you have budgeted in phases. So if you know a project is going to be split off into certain phases, you've budgeted that way and then incur the cost that way. The issue lies with projects that don't have separate and distinct procurement commitments. Because for this particular project, if we're going out to market and we're going to award a multi-year contract, if we authorize that without the full budget, then we are dependent on next year's budget being approved. It was a very similar.
So Beth, why would we put forward a project that didn't have very specific milestones that detailed how much money we would need in each fiscal year? I've never heard of, I worked in federal government for 31 years. You'd never do that. You'd never just put out a number and spend it as we go. You'd have very specific deliverables that you'd want to have along the way and know that you've met them before you go on to the next one. So it worries me that however this initial thing was planned, we did not do the proper homework up front.
Through the mayor, it's typically not the practice. If a vendor comes in and is bidding on implementing a software for us, they would know that software would take multiple years to implement, and we're going to phase it in through different modules, but we're committing to that one vendor. We wouldn't commit to one vendor and start implementation, and then at the end of year one say, well, now we don't have the budget, so we're not going to keep going with it.
But you've already said we can budget multi-year initiatives, so it's not making sense. Why don't we just book multi-year initiatives with very clear milestones of how we're spending, what we're spending, right down to each quarter? I think you would want to have that level of detail, particularly in a project that's costing over $1 million.
So if I may, an example is a large-scale transportation or a roads project. We would go out and tender the design, and maybe the design is an example, right? We would go out, we would tender the design, we would procure it, award it, and we would budget just for the design. And then the next year we would go out and we say, okay, we're going to do the construction. Now we're going to tender the construction, complete the construction, and pay the construction. So the procurement is aligning with the budget. In this particular instance, we could end up with a contract that the vendor is asking for us to commit over multiple years, whereas our budget approval is only for the 1 year. But the biggest picture, the most important part of this is we always knew it would be a multi-year project. It is significantly funded with external funding. If we don't amend this budget, we could be in a place where we can't award the contract to a software vendor, because according to the procurement bylaw, we have to sign off staff saying that there's budget for the
Okay,
for the work.
but Beth, if we know that this is a multi-year project, that implies it's going to take more than 1 year to complete the project. So why are we upfronting all the money? That's one concern that doesn't make any sense to me. The other thing is this sort of ad hoc way at taking reserve funds. I would feel much better knowing what have we got in reserves and looking at that broadly speaking and seeing what is it we want to do with these reserves instead of just it being some kind of, rainy day fund. Oops, we need something. Oops, we didn't plan right. Oops, take it out of reserves. So, I just would like to see a more systematic approach to our fiscal endeavors here. So, but going back to the first question, if this is a multi-year project, that implies it's going to take several years. Why are we upfronting all the money if we know we can't spend it? Or don't tell me we're paying ahead of time for something we haven't yet received, because that's very worrisome.
Oh, and I'm sorry through the mayor if I'm not doing a good job explaining. The difference is between a commitment and cash. So when we sign that agreement, we're committing the town's funds to that, regardless of when we're going to spend it. So I can't, with good conscience, sign an agreement with a vendor that is for more than $380,000, which what the council's budget is, right? The council approved budget is for 2022. And rest assured, there was significant effort that went into developing the business case. And there was a previous report around the project manager that was hired to support us through this GM Blue Plan. We have specific staff dedicated to this. This is a very well thought out, very important project for the town. And it's unfortunate that I'm not getting my message across, because I think what we're talking about here is really just a timing of the budget that we know that we do need to commit the funds. But you're absolutely right. We would not pay for it until the service or the program was delivered.
But then if all the money is committed for the entire project in 1 year, and we know it's going to take more than 1 year to complete the project, are you telling me that, your plan is to then take the money that we know we're not going to spend, because we know the project's going to take more than 1 year, and then push it into reserves for the next year, and then draw down next year's reserves? From a financial planning perspective, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Sorry.
So through the mayor, if I could add one more thing.
I see CAO and Brandon's hands up, so maybe whoever wants to go first, you can clarify. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Brandon, you go first and then I'll go, because there's a couple comments there. We're not paying for it.
Sure.
Totally
I thought I'd step in because more here history kind of with budgeting, and I can kind of speak to I think some of the confusion around what we're asking for versus what we did in the past. So I think as Beth said, we typically in the past we budget based year to year. So when it comes to, I use an example of a water main project. We know ultimately the cost for that water main is going to be $2 million all in at the end of the day. We then bite that off into small pieces, The first year, we may say we need $60,000 or we need $100,000 to do the design work. We would go to budget for that year saying, council, we need $60,000 to $100,000. The following year, we get to the actual construction. We know it's going to be the balance of that original $2 million. So we're going to council the next year saying we need $1.9 million to complete this work. What we're trying to do here is get approval over a multi-year project, which we haven't done in the past. Beth can probably speak to this better. I think the region does look at capital, region and other municipalities look at capital projects over a multi-year period rather than doing the piecemeal or the yearly approvals as we talked about. The original budget that we came forward for this as part of the 2022 budget was $380,000. And then there was extra money in 2022 and 2023 that we identified as the future years. I think that total amount was around $700,000 or so. So essentially what we're asking for, instead of that $700,000 split over the course of 3 years, we're asking for that $1 million spread over the course of 3 years, but we're asking council's commitment to that overall ask over that period. So I hopefully that does a little bit to explain it, and Gary can jump.
And if I could just add, commitment reporting is a best practice, especially since we're buying software that grows across a multi-year project. So it is a best practice to come and be transparent that if we're going to provide a contract, a multi-year contract, we should make sure it's in the budget now. Remembering $700K of it is from external sources, and this type of software is covering $1.3 billion of assets. So, it's a very important project. We have some timelines behind it. We're just being transparent that, the multi-year project will be $1 million. So let's make that commitment budgeting wise, not payment to the vendor, but from a budgeting perspective. And it has no impact on the levy this year or next year or the year after.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry.
All right, any further questions? Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So we're going to leave the cash in the bank that we don't need this year for next year and the year after. We're just committing today, and I'm watching Philip, and he's kind of perspiring around the forehead because he needs this stuff. This is an important part of operating this corporation, and it's a commitment that we need to make so that we can move forward and continue to do the great things we do in this corporation. So I don't see the issue. I sure will approve it, that's for sure. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I do see the issue. It's tax money. That's the issue. Simple as that. We're talking about grants here. What would have happened if those grants hadn't have come through? We budgeted this without those grants in place at the time. Now, all of a sudden, the grant that we got, which is $423,000, or whatever it is, came along and we said, okay, let's rejig all this thing and throw that money in there. What would you have done if we hadn't had the grant? Where would the money come from then? Do you have a pile of money up in the sky that kind of drops down on town hall every once in a while when we need it? I mean, where does it come from? Just take it out of reserves?
Through the mayor, that modernization grant was through an application based specifically for this project.
Well, we didn't know we had it when we filed for it.
We did know. But when the application was approved, they actually gave us more money than what we asked for.
Lucky us. Anyways, I'm just a real concern about how, we put a budget in place, and now we're finding all this extra money in reserves and grants and so on and so forth, and we're doing other things which we didn't approve in the budget at the time. I just have a concern with that. We spent a lot of time putting budgets together and approving them and where the money was going to go. through a tough few years with COVID and so on and so forth, and all of a sudden, we're trying to change the budget that we approved, and I don't get it. That's not what happens in the real world, in the corporate world, or obviously in the federal world, which Councillor Vardy was talking about. So anyways, I just like to defer this because I'm not comfortable with it at all. I want some more time to think about it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Beth, for the presentation. But I'm just want to defer this, if I can do that.
So you're putting a deferral motion?
I'm putting a deferral motion on the floor. Thank you.
Deferral motions aren't debatable. All right, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it does have to be done in the beginning.
Yeah, so the deferral motion isn't done now. It has to be done before debate starts, procedurally.
Okay, so we can go back.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through the mayor. So I just wanted to clear for the record that we never approved this until we were aware that we received the grant. So where this comes from, that was in the budget, all the rest, we approved this once we knew we got the grant, and now we have an opportunity to capitalize and use more grant money. And like Councillor Dunstall said, we're just committing. We're not taking the money out of the bank account, we're just committing to it. And I think that the intention that I had when I approved it on the original, when it first came to council, was that this would be a multi-year situation, and therefore just committing the money up front, knowing the costs, all the rest. I don't think that I'll ask this question, if we commit to this, would there be any foreseen, besides without operating, this contract would be then concrete, there would be no additional cost in regards to this contract besides operating costs. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. Anything that did change greater than $100,000 would be required to come back to council for approval as per procurement bylaw.
So again, I think this initiative is a fantastic initiative, especially when it looks at our asset management. Was again a lot of work. I know a lot of work went into the application for this grant money, and when we have an opportunity to capitalize, I think this is a great initiative, and I have no issues with this. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to some of the previous comments made. I always remember this story where the TTC, back when they first started doing all their building, had they invested $50 million back then to create a subway system similar to New York, that it would only cost them $50 million. Now it'll cost them $50 billion, if not more. This is proper planning. This is the way I've always seen planning done, is you always plan for the future. If we had to go year to year, we'd be paying millions and millions more than we are being proposed to now. This is just proper planning and good business. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy. Yes, Councillor Sharp? Yeah, we have one councillor who's spoken twice, so other councillors have the opportunity to speak a second time. Councillor Vardy.
Just to clarify, my issue is not with the value of the project, not monetary value, but how well it's been planned out. And for that reason, I don't have a high degree of comfort that this has been planned out well enough to support at this time. I'd want to see milestones. I want to see how much you're spending in each fiscal year. I want to see what are the deliverables. I need more than just this sort of blanket, well, we're just going to book it all now, but whether we spend it all now, I mean, you said that we're not going to pay for things we don't get, so, and it's supposed to take 3 years, so obviously we're not going to spend all that money, so it's just not making sense to me from a financial planning perspective, and I'd like to see more detail around, as I said, deliverables and milestones. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions. Oh, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just see this as an opportunity with the added grants that came our way to support this initiative. So I will be supporting this at this time.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, we have a deferral motion on the floor now that the debate has finished. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report FIN 22-15 be deferred.
We have a recorded vote, please.
All right.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
No.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's defeated.
All right, now we have the original resolution. All right, need a mover and seconder for the original resolution. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report FIN 22-15 dated July 4th, 2022 be received and that council approves a budget amendment of $720,000 to the 2022 capital project CMMS and EAM solution from $380,000 to $1.1 million to be funded from Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding, OSIF, grant, $448,730, Provincial Modernization Grant, $176,320, Reserve Transfers, $94,000, broken down as followed. Information Technology Equipment Replacement Reserve, $47,475, Sanitary Sewers Asset Rehabilitation and Renewal Reserve, $23,738, Water Asset Rehabilitation and Renewal Reserve, $23,737, and that any operating costs associated with CMMS and EAM be forwarded to the 2023 budget.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote requested by Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yep.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to report FIN 22-1625, Bartlett Development Charges Exemption, or sorry, 25 Bartlett Development Charges Exemption. Questions or comments? Beth, oh, sorry, Beth, go ahead.
You're sick of hearing from me yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so the purpose of this report tonight is to provide information to council in tandem with the delegation that we saw earlier, for which they were asking for the forgiveness of their development charges for the affordable units in their proposed development at 25 Bartlett. Per the DC Act, the town is not able to waive DCs. The Act requires that the value of the development charges that would have been collected still be transferred to the development charge reserves. And again, as the town does not budget for the waiver or the granting of these development charges, the amount of DCs that would have been collected from the development would still need to be transferred to the reserve and funded on the tax levy. So as noted with the earlier example, McNally House, it would be a similar motion to fund either through the tax levy or from a reserve. And again, I'll highlight the same thing that I said earlier, just around the need to have some kind of program set criteria in relation to granting development charges and fees to nonprofits. I would like to highlight on page 3 of the report, I did mention that, so what Christian Horizons is looking for is the development charges being waived on 2 of their 2 bedrooms and 8 of their 1 bedrooms. but part of their development charge calculation is a demolition credit associated with the site being demolished. What I would like just to put forward to council for consideration is that the possibility of prorating that credit to split between the 10 affordable units and the 10 non-affordable units. That would bring down the grant is in alignment with the development charges to about $62,000. So I wanted to articulate that or highlight that from the report. And I also wanted to recommend that if this is something that council wants to support, to consider something in the motion to ensure that the development maintains the affordable units, the 10 affordable units for a duration of 20 years. I did reach out to Niagara Regional Housing. That is the agreement term that they would be looking for their 5 Niagara Regional Housing units. So something to consider. And if they don't maintain those units, that they would be accountable to pay back the development charges to the town in full.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a motion for this exemption? I'm just curious, when you read the report, it also looks that there's also a recommendation to tie this into having these units done for be maintained for a specific duration of time. So I'm just curious if we have a motion available there to hear.
Sarah, through the chair, did you want me to read it, Sarah, or are you okay too?
Beth, go ahead, because I think you have some information that the clerk just doesn't have exactly right now. Thank you.
Okay. For sure. Just give me 1 minute here. Resolve that staff be directed to grant, and you can decide the amount, in development charges related to 10 affordable units to Christian Horizons to be funded with in your surplus or reserve. With the granting of fees being subject to an agreement between the town of Grimsby and Christian Horizons to ensure the maintenance of the affordable units for a period of 20 years with full repayment of the affordable unit, if the affordable units are not maintained for the duration of the agreement, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into an agreement with Christian Horizons to ensure the granting of these fees is subject to the maintenance of these 10 units as affordable units for the duration of 20 years. So we are looking for we'll engage with appropriate supports to ensure we have that agreement in place to cover our interest in that. So that's why we were recommending being given the authority to enter into that agreement.
What is that amount, Beth, if you were to reduce the demos? Because on the non-affordable, why would we want to provide that?
Yeah, so if you were to split the demolition credit, the total demolition credit is about 27,000. So the half of that would be 13,525, and the net of that demo credit would be 62,197 versus the 75,722 that they were asking for.
I have Councillor Dunstall next on the speakers list, then Councillor Ritchie. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a question I asked the delegation. We want to put in there affordable for the next 20 years. The question is, how do we define affordable? What we consider affordable is maybe not what they consider affordable. How will we know that they keep those 10 units at an affordable rate that is there a like a marker or something? Is it CMHC, as he mentioned earlier, the gentleman that was here? How do we ascertain in 10 years that there's still 10 affordable homes in that complex? That's easy to put down now, but how do we monitor it too? I'm not suggesting they won't keep to their word, but, times change, people move on, and maybe there's different people in that organization, and they see things differently. So it's not always we're dealing with the same people either.
If I might offer, I was going to recommend, what did they say, 30% of the, 80% of the market rent, medium market rent. Through the mayor, unfortunately, this concept of defining affordable rent is a complex subject.
I know. I want to see them affordable for the next 20 years, but if they're only affordable for the next 5 years, we're going to have mud on our face, or we're going to be fighting with them, or they think they're affordable, we don't think they are they going to give us those DC back? We got a fight on our hands. It becomes argumentative, unless it's clearly defined.
So do we work with the region on what they would classify in those 10?
Yeah, I'm actually just
I mean, let me ask you this, could they not sell the building in 10 years? No, they can't sell it. Why can't they sell it?
Through the mayor, I think it would be highly unlikely. They have this agreement with CMHC and with regional
that's
housing.
good.
Like, I think if they had to pay back those loans, I
just want to play devil's advocate to make sure we're, because we definitely need affordable housing. That's clear. Okay, thank you.
Beth, the clerk's looking for clarification for that number.
If the direction of council is to prorate the demolition credit, the number is 62,176.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks to the mayor. So yeah, I guess what the question is what is the term of the agreement between the CMHC National Housing Co-Investment Funding? Because like they say there, CMHC requires that 30% of the units to be at 80% of the market rent, with the remainder of the units at medium market rent, so lower end of the market. And if they don't maintain these units as set out in the agreement, they're required to pay back the grant. So again, I would be curious as to how long CMHC holds that onto for. That's one situation. The other thing is again, I don't think there'd be anything that would stop Christian Horizons from possibly selling the units. However, if they sell the units before the 20 years, my thought process would be they would be no longer maintaining them, and therefore they would have to repay the funds. So I wouldn't be concerned if they were to sell or not. And just my personal opinion, I'm sure the region is making some kind of agreement similar. But again, if they're not in ownership, they're not maintaining it, and then they would have to pay these funds back to the municipality. So I guess the only question is how does CMHC, how long does their agreement last in regards to the repayment?
Through the mayor, that is 20 years as well.
All right, before I get a mover and seconder, I'll read the resolution. Resolve that staff be directed to grant $62,176 in development charges related to 10 affordable units to Christian Horizons to be funded with in-year surplus. Where in-year surplus is not available, a transfer from the levy program contingency and stabilization reserve to fund the grant is approved, with the granting of fees being subject to an agreement between the Town of Grimsby and Christian Horizons to ensure the maintenance of the 10 affordable units for a period of 20 years with full repayment if the affordable units are not maintained for the duration of the agreement, and that mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into an agreement with Christian Horizons to ensure the granting of these fees is subject to the maintenance of these 10 units as affordable units for the duration of 20 years. Council good with that? Councillor Sharp, you want to move it? Seconder? Councillor Vardy? Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that staff be directed to grant $62,176 in development charges related to 10 affordable units to Christian Horizons to be funded with in-year surplus. Where in-year surplus is not available, a transfer from the levy contingency and stabilization reserve to fund the grant is approved, with the granting of fees to be subject to an agreement between the Town of Grimsby and Christian Horizons to ensure the maintenance of 10 affordable units for a period of 20 years with full repayment if the affordable units are not maintained for the duration of the agreement, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into an agreement with Christian Horizons to ensure the granting of these fees is subject to maintenance of these 10 units as affordable units for a duration of 20 years. Councillor Dunstall's asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Could I just add one more thing before we move on from that? I think we can define affordable housing in the agreement. And if it's satisfactory, we could bring that back to council just in a memo to close the loop with you as to how we define affordable housing and put that in the agreement.
Great, thank you. All right, now we're moving to 8.1D, Integrity Commission Report, IC 180000522, Grimsby Council regarding investigation of council. Michael, good evening. He's not here?
Yeah.
All right, oh, so Michael's not here? All right.
See you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the Integrity Commissioner cannot be available tonight, so I can take down any comments or questions that you may have for him, and it can be answered when we ratify at the next meeting.
All right, so we have the report in our agenda package. Any questions or comments? Councillor Dunstall?
I guess, thank you, Your Worship. It's more of a comment than a question. It's just that when we received the Ombudsman report, it was suggested in that report that we turn this matter over to the Integrity Commissioner. And in the Integrity Commissioner's report, he said he cannot investigate this. So I guess we're just hit a brick wall. And that's the end of that. Thank you.
Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. There's a moratorium on when the investigation needs to be completed by, and that's nomination day, which is August 19th. So he has deemed that he cannot complete this investigation of this scope by August 19th.
Councillor Vardy?
Did he not also say that he did not have jurisdiction to even look at this complaint? And also the fact that because of the timing of it, that this was something that happened 2019, I think, that it's beyond the time limit. So it wasn't just a matter of couldn't finish it on time. It was kind of a non-starter from his perspective. So that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I am kind of puzzled as well. The Ombudsman made the statement that we should be sending us to the Integrity Commissioner, and then with the obviously our Integrity Commissioner follows our bylaw, but we do have the power to extend and direct an Integrity Commissioner to look at any time frame. It's in the Ombudsman report as well that we can do these things. So a little disappointed that it came back like this, but I do understand that he wouldn't have time to complete the investigation. And that's just very unfortunate. That is what it is. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. Seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Integrity Commission Report IC 18000-0522 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, up next we have Integrity Commissioner Report IC 16634-0222. Questions or comments? Councillor Dunstall.
Well, I just got it today. I'd like to defer it. I haven't had a chance to thoroughly read it. I've gone through it, skimmed through it, but I would like more time. I've got some questions on my mind. Michael isn't here tonight. I'd like to ask him a few questions. I'd like to defer it.
Go ahead, Sarah, for clarification.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, because there is a moratorium, if we defer this, it would have to be deferred to the council meeting, so it gets ratified that night as well, to the August 2nd, yeah?
All right, we have the deferral resolution on the floor, moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Integrity Commission Report IC 16634-0222 be deferred to the council meeting of August 2nd, 2022. Recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to 7.3A, Public Works Report PW 22-20, Grimsby Municipal Drains. Brandon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm happy to present or provide an overview or report, but I believe Councillor Vardy had pulled this report, so.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. I've read the report, and I think that we, as I said in my motion, that we really need to move forward in looking at our drains in a more systematic way, which you've also agreed to. The issue I have with the report, and it's not so much with the report, but it's how we apportion charges for cleaning out the drains. And because I don't feel it's fair to residents to charge them for the drain maintenance unless they're dumping things in the drains. And what happens, some guy might send, throws, there's a lot of water coming uphill from further down, and the guy with the problem is the guy downstream. So why does he or she get stuck with, paying 50% of the bill to have the drain cleaned when it's, it doesn't solely rest on that person? The other thing, with respect to those drains, I think it's really important that we keep them, clear and running. So with all the development that we've approved on the mountain, and it's understandable, but almost every house that's been built up there, they've brought in fill to raise their home, which means there's more runoff going into those drains from other properties. So I just think it's more of a municipal matter as opposed to a residence matter, unless, of course, they're, throwing junk in the drains. I think we should be paying for it. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Or Brandon, did you want to add anything at all?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I could just respond with respect to how the funding occurs. So the the Drainage Act establishes how municipal drains are created, how they're enforced, how they're, apportioned in terms of charges. So as I tried to lay out in my report is, essentially the municipal drains are designed or created specifically for the benefit of the property owners that drain into the municipal drain. We have to produce an engineer's report which identifies the rationale in terms of how those charges for A, the first construction, and B, ongoing maintenance occurs over time. So, I mean, if the municipality or us as council, you as council, wanted to, change that, I would have to definitely look into that legally if we could do that. Right now, the Drainage Act kind of lays all those rules out. So obviously there would be a cost to the greater municipality as a whole, rather than dealing with the specific property owners who are included in each municipal drain. Hopefully that clarifies that a little bit.
Thank you for the clarification, Brandon. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Brandon. I like the map. I was looking at it, and the legend says open drains that look like they're kind of a pinkish red, but closed are blue, and I don't see any on the map, and I thought it would have been a lot of drains. And then the orange is yellow, well, the others is orange. I thought it'd be interesting, but I didn't see any closed tiled drains. Is that because they're buried under the ground and you can't see the blue? I'm being sarcastic, sorry. I apologize. You're scratching your head.
Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the majority, or I guess...
yeah, majority's underground, isn't it? Yeah.
All of our drains are above ground, or open channel.
Oh, so why did we have closed tiled?
What they mean by enclosed, if there was the blue lines, that would be like an enclosed storm sewer system. With respect to tiled drains, they are a different thing. So they're basically underground drainage that typically farmers draining their lands, which is
purely open drains. They just open drains.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. And that most of them are up above, eh? We don't have any down below.
There's one, I think it's called Outlet 27, which is it comes off the escarpment, so it's.
Does that go by 107
areas you can get
Main Street East?
It's just.
Is that by the cemetery? Does that drain down by the cemetery?
So if you look at the map, let me see if I can.
I guess I could enlarge it.
Yeah. So if you look at the map again, it's in attached or Appendix A.
Yeah.
Just where it says Main Street and then Park Road South, outlet drain.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the one that kind of goes through the.
Okay. So you're referring to open drains, and there's some, but it's not. So you're not referring to closed drains.
We don't have any closed drains as we're aware of.
Okay, so would you call those storm sewers then, instead of drains? Because in my mind, that's what a storm sewer is. It's a drain.
So a municipal drain, again, is, as I've outlined in the report, is specifically engineered to address typically rural area property, farmlands or whatever. And there's a whole process whereby typically it's generated through residents in an area saying, hey, we have issues with drainage, we need someone to help us. The town steps in, and under the Drainage Act, we have the ability to do an engineer's report. So they assess the area, we look at different paths for a stormwater outlet that we could create. That goes through a public process whereby the residents have opportunity to provide input into that. And at the end of the day, if all goes as planned, the municipal drain is constructed. Each property owner is assessed based on the amount of benefit they get from that, and there's a whole detailed calculation behind that. And then from there, they reimburse the town for those costs that we would have upfront in constructing the drain.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So thanks for the report. I do have concerns too in regards to constituents paying it. I don't know every detail of all the drains in the town that you have there, the whole list, but I am a little familiar with Outlet 27 drain, and that it's been an ongoing issue for quite some time with the neighbors. And so that would be my main concern in regards to payment of the residents paying their portion, as this outlet has been there for, I'm sure, I don't even need to go into detail. I know you know the whole history as well. But I would, this is something that definitely I had to make sure that I spoke about, because that is a grave concern for me, especially for the few neighbors that in the ward that this affects. So I know that we'll be looking at things, and I'm sure more reports will be coming in regards to if things need to be done. And I think a decision could be made at that time. But yeah, I have to say that I have a concern, especially with that drainage.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can respond. So I just, I think I tried to explain in the report, this is some of the reason why we haven't been super proactive in making this a top priority, because there is the sensitivity of, we haven't had a lot of complaints about them being an issue. B, if the complaint comes in and we do an assessment and we identify that there are issues and it needs to be cleaned up under the Municipal Act, under the engineer's agreement, we have the obligation to charge those individual property owners for their contribution. This is why I'm suggesting again that we take this back, we bring together a more formal strategy, taking into consideration those sensitivities, and bring that to council at a later date, and have a better discussion about what are the implications going down the different routes that we could go down.
All right, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a question, Brandon, through budgeting under the drains, is also, is ditching included, or is it with part of the budgeting? Because most of the drains eventually do tie into a ditch. So as we do ditching up on the escarpment in certain areas, is that incorporated in a drainage budget at all, or is it two separate? I understand not about charging the residents for that, but I'm just trying to, is it, are they hand in hand, so to speak?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So unless the municipal drain is specifically designed, dedicated or identified on a road allowance is probably a better way to say, it wouldn't be considered as part of the municipal drain. So there are cases where municipal drains run through an unopened road allowance just because the town has that property and it's a way to convey it. So it's on town property. We have benefit in it just as any other property owner would. So the municipality is also assessed in terms of our, what do you call it, benefit and how much we pay, or I guess don't get back from that cost. When it comes to roadside ditches, I would say that the majority of them are not considered municipal drains. They're, just roadside ditches that we would do as part of our, maintain as part of our normal maintenance program. So I would see majority of them are treated separately.
Councillor Vardy.
Just one last question. If residents, through this Drainage Act, are they required to clear the drains themselves? Like, are they required as part of having a drain on their property to be in some ways maintaining the drain if they get charged for having to unblock it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's essentially by creating the municipal drain, the town becomes the entity that is responsible for providing maintenance of that drain. Residents can contact us if they see issues and say, hey, this issue here, this issue there. We would go out, assess that, and determine the appropriate cleanup. And I guess to clarify too, it depends on the scope of the work. I mean, if we're moving a tree for a couple $1,000s, maybe it's not a big deal. But if we're spending $50, $60, $70, $80,000 to regrade, to clean up a municipal drain, then we're talking, a whole different scope. Hopefully that clarifies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Seeing no further questions or comments, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report DPW 22-20 Grimsby Municipal Drains dated July 4th, 2022 be received and that staff be directed to provide a formal strategy to assess the current state of the town of Grimsby's municipal drains, including applicable direct and indirect costs that may be associated with the assessment for consideration as part of the 2023 budget process. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to 10.1 resolutions.
This one's mine.
All right, the first one is the speeding on Ridge Road. Councillor Vardy, did you want to be the mover for that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And start the speakers.
Yeah, I just want to draw people's attention to the speeding on Ridge Road. It is quite, it's quite regular. I understand that it may also be part of an exotic car route where they have a car that goes out first to make sure there's no police there, and then they send information back, it's okay to go. And then you get a lot of cars speeding on there. It's absolutely impossible for police to be policing it because you just don't know the timing of these things. There aren't sidewalks. So I think we really need to do something like trying speed bumps up there to see if it has an impact of slowing traffic. I know that there are such things as temporary speed bumps. If we could try a few of those and see if they're effective, I think that would be a good thing. I can tell you, as someone who lives below the escarpment, I hear them speeding on weekends because the sound of these sports cars going by are really, really loud. So I know when it's going on because I can hear it beneath the escarpment. So I would just like to see if we can't look at something, another pilot with maybe some speed bumps to see if we can't slow some of this down.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just wonder, the question would be for Brandon, I guess. Is Ridge Road paved, or is it a chip seal, or can you put speed bumps on that type of road? What's the traffic guidelines for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm reluctant to say, yes, we can put speed bumps there without fully evaluating it. And I am committed to having our team review the traffic in the area, review the speeds in the area, and come up with some solutions. I've already, based on knowing the motion was coming, we've already put speed sensors out there, and the what do you call them? The non-intrusive ones, so the ones you can't see, and we are currently monitoring speed. So I would just ask for council to give us some time to analyze that information and pull together a fulsome report and give you more information that you can make an informed decision about. Going back to specific speed bumps in that area, I think I'd like to grab more information from our traffic technologist. I'm not aware of any areas where speed bumps have been placed on a rural road like that, and it is a collector roadway, so I would like to gather more information. Again, we bring that back as part of our report, but I recognize that the motion references traffic calming measures as well as speed reduction. I think your Councillor Vardy has indicated are asking for a reduction from 60 to 50. Again, all of those items would be reviewed as part of our report and brought back to council for further information.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through the mayor. Of course, when this this comes forward, I've received multiple calls from people in regards to let's put some traffic calming on Park Road. Let's put one on this road. So I would have to agree that, and I'd like to refer this back to staff for a report before we make a decision. So I'd like to put a referral motion to staff for a report.
So the resolution now says, therefore be it resolved that staff investigate the use of traffic calming measures such as speed bumps as well as reducing the speed from 60 to 50 kilometers an hour. So does that resolution encompass it?
I think that we just need to refer the whole matter because there may be other traffic calming measures that we're unaware of and so forth. So I think that it should be all encompassing. So just refer the whole matter to staff.
All right.
Can I speak to it anyway?
You can.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, could you come back to us at the meeting in August? Because I think there is some urgency to this. I get a lot of complaints from people on the mountain who are concerned about this. It's not safe to walk along the side of the road. They're afraid to let their kids play in the front yard. So I think there is some urgency to this matter. So if you could come back to us with even a preliminary report, that would be good. If you could commit to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little bit hesitant on giving a firm time frame on it. Obviously, this takes a lot of time for us to investigate and bring a report back. Just as you know, we're in the current peak season dealing with traffic complaints. I think we're just talking to my team today. We are seeing an influx of complaints right now beyond what we saw during the pandemic. So we are under a little bit of stress or strain trying to address all of the complaints. And just, on top of our normal day-to-day duties, we do have a number of initiatives that are currently on the go right now. Downtown, Grimsby on the Lake parking study, our traffic impact study that we're doing for downtown. We also have our pilot study on the go. And we're also looking at kicking off, a transportation master plan. So a number of initiatives on the go. I would just hesitate to give you a firm date, but...
Well, is there something that we can do in the interim? Because it's an immediate issue, and I'd hate to think that, we can plan for it next term or October. I think something should be done now, at least attempt to do something while you're collecting data. I mean, to say it's going to be a few months when, there are dangerous conditions up there, it's worrisome.
For you, Mr. Mayor, again, we get a number of complaints on a daily basis. We cannot action one person's complaint based on, we can't action someone ahead of others based on one singular complaint or multiple complaints. So we need to fully assess this before we can come back with the proper information.
Perhaps the CAO could review the priorities and see what can be done in the immediate term. I'm saying it's not one person, it's ongoing complaints. The police have received ongoing complaints.
Well, we have a resolution on the floor, Councillor Vardy, so it can be defeated or it can be, I'll read the resolution first. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the matter regarding Ridge Road traffic calming measures be referred back to staff for a report to the Committee of the Whole as soon as possible. We can speak on this because this is a different resolution now. So Councillor Ritchie, it looks like you're up first.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor.
This is a deferral. It's a deferral. Sorry, I erred. This is deferral, so there is no debate. Referral, so there's no debate.
No, so I'd just like to add to the intent of that, so that the referral is so we can get a holistic approach. Like I said before, I understand no sidewalks there. There's no sidewalks on Park Street. We have trucks, we have bus stops there, we have all kinds of things. Speed bumps wouldn't make sense there. So, and I've received lots of complaints, probably from every single resident, as Councillor Frakes probably received many complaints himself. So again, how to prioritize, I'm not sure, but I want this to go for a holistic approach, something we might be able to use throughout the entire municipality and looking in something on that aspect. So I understand it may take some time, but again, the referral, I think that not just on Ridge Road, but we should be looking in many areas. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add one more thing, sorry, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to remind council that we are doing a pilot, which is looking at 6 locations. We've put the bollards in place. Ridge Road may be a candidate for this in the future, but we prioritize. We looked at, I think it was 18 locations. We ended up coming with a priority list of 6. In the future, we could look at expanding that, but we really want to assess that program to see how effective it is before we make some resolutions to council. So that may be a viable solution in the future, as well as other locations where we're getting complaints. So I just want to kind of reaffirm with council that we are, we do have that pilot study, and we are, attempting to look at ways we can reduce speeding and keep the residents happy.
It's about keeping them safe.
All right, we have the resolution moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the matter regarding Ridge Road traffic calming measures be referred back to staff for a holistic report to the Committee of the Whole as soon as possible. All in favor? That's carried.
Yeah, I don't think was it carried?
Yeah, I think so, wasn't it? I thought there was 5. All right, well, since it wasn't unanimous, we'll ask for a recorded vote then.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Now we have a resolution regarding municipal drains. Need a mover and seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's been addressed through the report. Thank you.
All right, so that pulled then.
Do you want to withdraw?
Yeah.
That's been withdrawn. All right, now we're moving to notice of motion, number 12. Town of Grimsby, notice of motion, introduction date July 4th, subject 2022 proposed job rates and salary, requested by Councillor Frake. Whereas Council at the November 15th, 2021 meeting approved the 2022 proposed job rates and salary grid, whereas recent job postings were posted with higher pay grades with complete new descriptions and a change from salary to management class, which does not align with the approved grid, be it resolved that these postings are deemed new and require a business case, including changes from the approved rates. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the August 2nd Committee of the Whole. Okay, which one, what number was that? All right, we still haven't discussed report 7.4A that was lifted from the consent agenda. Planning and report PA 2224, planning touch point. Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just need just a couple of explanations, that's all. I guess Walter is going to answer my question. I just wanted to get a description of what you mean by in the Heritage Conservation District study for Main Street East. The area is currently under technical review. Can you explain to me what a technical review is?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The technical review is the review that the consultants are undertaking prior to finalizing their recommendation report. And as we've noted in here, there will also be a staff report that will correspond with that technical report that will be submitted by the consultants.
Can you be a little more specific about what technical means? What's entailed? What is it?
They will do an analysis of all the feedback they received from the public and the working groups, and apply their knowledge in the field and make a recommendation.
Okay, still don't get it, but anyways. That was one question. And the other one was on page 2, related to the hospital. It says it's in the second phase of the site plan application process has commenced. Can you explain what the second phase is? What is involved?
Yeah, the first phase was, again, which was subject to council approval also, established a a conceptual plan of the site. So there were renderings that were submitted, there was a preliminary site plan that was submitted, and the second phase is a more detailed submission. So it will have grading, it'll have detailed servicing, it'll have architectural plans, the shoot works, right? So you'll have everything with this particular submission. This review will take a little bit longer. We are also conducting a review of some preliminary work that needs to be done in advance of the final approvals of the site plan, just to enable construction to occur on the site, which is the demolition of a few things that I've noted in the report, like the ambulance reconfiguration of the ambulance drop-off area, removal of the connecting corridor between the hospital and Deer Park Villa, moving a couple of fire hydrants, getting them out of the way and putting them in more optimal positions on the site to better service the site, the installation of a water main, and the construction of a temporary construction road into the site.
Okay.
And that is occurring now. You might have seen some work on the site.
When I pass by, I do see some things going on there. I just was curious as to what second phase meant. So I assume that they're on schedule, are they, with things? I mean, are they?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy, resolved that report PA 22-24 regarding planning touchpoint dated July 4th, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Yeah. Just before we move to correspondence, I just wanted to introduce to everyone our Deputy Fire Chief, Jim Kay. Hopefully, Jim, you haven't had to leave to go to the Lincoln meeting yet, so hopefully you're there. Welcome, Jim. Well,
Jim is there.
I'm here. I am here. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, welcome to Grimsby, Jim, and we're very glad to have you. Maybe next meeting we'll see you. Well, you better get on to Lincoln then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
All right. You have a good evening, Jim, and we'd like to see you in person very soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Now we're moving to correspondence. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the following correspondence items be received. City of Thorold Resolution, Mental Health, Homelessness and Addiction, NPCA Board Meeting Highlights, May 20th, 2022. The retention of professional engineers at Ontario municipalities. West Lincoln Resolution, State of Emergency on Mental Health, Homelessness and Addiction. Niagara Region, Notice of Adoption of Niagara Official Plan. All in favor in receiving the correspondence? And that's carried. All right, we've just had some information from the clerk that the Integrity Commissioner is going to be in an area where his internet will be spotty at best on August 2nd. So we're wondering if we could reconsider. We do have a meeting on July 18th, I believe it is. So clerk, if you can clarify how we're going to deal with that.
So we can reconsider that motion to discuss this matter on July 18th before the public open house, so at 5 p.m. through a special council meeting, or we can take our chances with August 2nd and leave the resolution as is, but his connection may be spotty. Yes, on August 2nd, he might not have the best connection. Yes, I would need a motion to reconsider the motion that we passed if we were to change the date.
All right, so we'll start with the reconsideration motion, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report IC 16634-0222 be reconsidered. Recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Point of clarification, did we mention the day on that?
This is just to reconsider. I can't.
Oh, you can't
Yes,
even go.
I can't
Oh,
go
you
there.
can't throw the date.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Okay. That's carried.
We need a mover and seconder for the special meeting of July 18th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that item IC 16634-0222 be considered through a special council meeting of July 18th, 2022 at 5 p.m. Recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, the next Committee of the Whole meeting is scheduled for August 2nd, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And we'll come back for our council meeting at, let me see, 8:50. All right, we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the council meeting of Monday, July 4th, 2022 to order. First, could everyone stand for the playing of O Canada? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Haudenosaunee, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, just before we get to the approval of the agenda, I was happy on Canada Day to attend a couple of events. I opened up the Smith Family Cherry Farm. It's a farm on Main Street West in Grimsby for their pick your own cherry season. And it was quite the busy place. They had room for 200 cars and there was a lineup down to Casablanca. So it was really a crazy place on a Friday morning on Canada Day. And it was really nice to see the number of people from outside Grimsby that come every year to pick cherries. And then I went right from there to the Grimsby Museum, where I was joined by MPP Oosterhoff, MP Dean Allison, and Councillor Reg Frake, and we kicked off the Canada Day festivities at the Grimsby Museum and Nellis Manor. It was a really good event, and it was nice to see a lot of people there, and I was really happy to ring the town bell until after the second ring, the rope broke. But we're sure that that's going to be fixed hopefully for New Year's, so I'll be back at it, hopefully. All right, now we're moving to approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharp. And seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the July 4th, 2022 council agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to adoption of previous minutes. Councillor Vardy?
I'd like to lift Committee of the Whole minutes, CW 22-158.
All right, that is noted. Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, could I lift, it'd be 9-1 in the reports, 9-1A, Resolution CW 22-156, and Councillor Vardy's already lifted the other one that's 22-158, is that correct? That's the one to do with, yeah, good, okay, that was it.
All right, so those two resolutions will be, oh, okay. All right, we're just printing the resolution to lift those.
Do I need to tell you about the bylaw?
Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that item CW 22-158 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of June 6 be lifted. All in favor? That's carried. What? All right. So we can discuss 158 now.
Okay.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes, our Committee of Adjustment made a recommendation, and while we, I guess, defeated the motion to not proceed with what was being recommended by planning, we support the Committee of Adjustment, but I think we need to have a resolution that says we support the recommendations of the Committee of Adjustment, and that we have legal be involved in supporting that recommendation.
And you just Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. I just clarification for Councillor Vardy's motion. You want to support the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I would speak on that as I would want to support the Planning Department, and I would ask that maybe we could have a little more information from the Planning Department as to what this project is, because I don't think we had a fulsome idea of what was going on until I drove around that site the next day and found out how huge the project is. 750,000 square feet of warehouse space. That's going to create 500 jobs. It's going to create 250 construction jobs. I think we should reconsider this and agree with the Planning Department and not the Committee of Adjustment. So maybe we could hear from Walter. Frank is here too in the audience, so I'd like to hear what they have to say about this, so we have more information to make a decision.
Walter or Frank? Good evening, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Just a little bit of a background on the company itself, because I don't think you have that kind of information handy. Blackwood Partners purchased the property about maybe a year or so ago, and that's the only piece of property in our community that's about 36 acres. That's a greenfield development opportunity for Grimsby. But Blackwood Partners has been around for since the year 2000, and is right across Canada as a major developer, and has worked very diligently in attracting major investors in their $75 million square feet of warehousing space that they have across Canada. So they're quite a large company. Some of their tenants include, and do you have that, Peter, do you have that slide that shows the tenants of Blackwood Partners? Yeah, they include Hudson's Bay, H&M, Amazon, and many others that I can't remember, but the slide would show that. But I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about the economic impact of this major investment in our community, and I believe that it will be one of the largest, if not for the next 5 to 10 years in Grimsby. It is about $94 million of constructing that building. That's how much money will be coming into this community in that respect. That's based on $124 per square foot in building the warehousing. There are 2 warehouses. The construction jobs, I think Councillor Dunstall's mentioned it, it's about 260 full-time construction jobs for 18 months. About 500 new jobs will be full-time, will be created. The indirect jobs of that will be approximately 250 jobs. That's the rule of thumb used in warehousing. And in terms of industrial assessment increase, it will be pretty large. And I don't have the information on that, but I can tell you this, that it's about $2 million per year for, there it is. The tenants, those are some of the tenants, Estee Lauder, Metro, supply chain. So they're dealing with major tenants. In fact, the last one was with Amazon, I believe, in Markham that they put up, and that was about 800,000 square feet. So they're a quite large company. As I said, with respect to the next slide would show the economic impact. And if you want the breakdown of the industrial assessment, how it relates to us, to the region, to education, I can provide you that as well, but it's about $2 million bucks, $2 million during the, per year. Now, since the last time that council discussed this, there has been some changes happening with the property. And maybe then the next slide would show it, but there are 2 properties, 2 residential properties that were sold to the tenant, the owner of the property, and they purchased, Blackford Partners purchased 2 properties, 2 residential properties located on Kelson Road. And maybe on that, I can have the next slide, and my colleagues speak on that from planning. Walter?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Frank. You know, some more recent developments with the site since council last looked at it, as Frank has mentioned. The site plan on the left-hand side illustrates the 2 residential properties that were recently acquired by the applicant, which are highlighted in red there on the left-hand side. And what I've done also is I've done a cutout of the area at the bottom left-hand corner, showing the remaining properties at the southeast corner of the site. And the cutout is on the right-hand side, so that's an area detail of that portion of. And what it illustrates is the location of the remaining dwellings that are next to the site, as well as proposed changes to the site plan. The proposed changes to the site plan include readjusting Building A so it's farther away from the remaining residential lots. The lots are, one of the lots, actually the larger of the 3 lots, is actually a greenhouse operation, as well supporting a residence at the frontage of Kelson Avenue. But they are increasing the setback from what was originally considered by the Committee of Adjustment of 12.85 meters. They're increasing the setback to 28.36 meters. They're also installing an acoustic fence along the perimeter and the rears of the residential lots. And I think those are, that would outline the major changes to the site. And incorporating a a more robust stormwater management facility in place of where the residential lots were halfway down Kelson Avenue. And that's essentially a summary of the changes that were made to the site. Incidentally, there's also been an increase in the floor space of the site to approximately 750,000 square feet from the original 720,000 approximate square feet that are proposed on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. So just a point of clarification. So now what we've actually had is a true compromise, where before it was, planning was at one stage of a setback, Committee of Adjustment was at a different setback. So now we truly have a compromise. So Walter, is your opinion that it's not going to go to the OLT now, that we can decide on this here? So.
What's recommended, if you could go to the next slide.
Next slide, maybe.
So what we are recommending is that council supports staff's position of recommending approval of the proposed development, subject to 3 conditions, and they are finalizing the acquisition of 251 and 255 Kelson Avenue that I've identified on the plan, that the applicant submits a revised site plan layout that's consistent with what you've seen there, and increasing the setback, as was shown on the plan, from 12.85 meters to 28.36 meters. And that's our recommended resolution here.
Thank you. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. We hate to lose a good economic opportunity here, for sure. But let me understand something, Walter. Are you saying that the current residents have reached a mutual agreement with the applicant? Is that what I'm hearing? Or am I lost here? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. 2 of the residents have agreed to sell their properties to the applicant.
Okay, so that makes that problem. The acoustic fence goes along right along Kelson Avenue, is that correct?
It goes along, if you could show up the second.
Yeah, can I see it, please?
There we are. So as you see on the right-hand side, the red area, that would be the location of the proposed acoustic fence. So the noise generating area is the loading and unloading area between the 2 buildings. As you see in left-hand, on the whole site plan on the left-hand plan. And the red area is intended to block the noise from this activity area to the residential area to the southeast.
Okay, and the existing dwellings in black there, are they the ones that are sold? You said they said they're existing dwellings. Where's the dwellings that were sold?
The dwellings that were sold, or the properties that were sold, which support 2 dwellings, are on the left-hand plan, shown in red.
Okay, gotcha, okay, oh, I see it.
Labeled as lands acquired by applicant.
Yes, I see it, okay. All right, okay, you've answered my questions, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Frank. Frank, have we got any idea what the property taxes will be on that site once it's developed, and what they'll pay a year in property taxes? I'm just trying to see if we're still at our 90-10, or are we going to reduce that 90-10 to maybe 85-15?
I can't give you that specific.
Well, I don't know if Beth is still in the background there and got her calculator, because...
But I can tell you this, that the property taxes, I guess, would be close to $500,000 for the...
Whoa.
But the majority will be at the region, of course, with 850,000. In education, about 660. Yeah. So it's a total of 2 million that will be shared amongst 3 organizations. So $500,000 per year. No.
Hi, Beth. Go
Those
ahead.
are estimates, of course, Councillor.
Absolute estimates through the mayor. Those tax numbers that Frank was sharing with you were based on an assessed value of $75 million. A lot is dependent on around the type of construction and how MPAC determines that assessment. So I just want to say that it's based on a tax assessed value of $75 million commercial.
All right, seeing no further questions, we do have a resolution that should cover this with the changes that have taken place. So I'll read the resolution, then we can get a mover and seconder and discuss it further if we need. Resolve that report PA 2222-A0922, southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelson Avenue North, minor variance application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal dated June 6, 2022 be received, and that council instruct the town's legal counsel to reach a settlement with the appellant, accepting the planning staff recommendation contained within the planning staff report regarding minor variance application A0922 for the southwest corner of the South Service Road and Kelson Avenue North, and present such settlement to the Ontario Land Tribunal, subject to the applicant acquiring 251 and 255 Kelson Avenue, the applicant submitting the revised site plan layout, and the increased setback from 12.85 meters to 28.36 meters. So council's heard it. Mover, Councillor Frake, seconder. Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report PA 2022-A0922. Well, I guess there's no discussion, so. Southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelson Avenue North, minor variance application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal dated June 6, 2022 be received, and that council instruct the town's legal counsel to reach a settlement with the appellant, accepting the planning staff recommendation contained within the planning staff report regarding minor variance application A0922 for the southwest corner of the South Service Road and Kelson Avenue North, and present such settlement to the Ontario Land Tribunal, subject to the applicant acquiring 251 and 255 Kelson Avenue, the applicant submitting the revised site plan layout and the increased setback from 12.85 meters to 28.36 meters. All in favor?
Have a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote requested by Councillor Dunstall.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that item CW 22-156 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of June 6, 2022 be lifted. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Dunstall, you want to speak?
Yeah, can I speak to that? Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, the Committee of the Whole meeting, we actually turned it down to delegation of authority to the CAO. And it looks like we're probably going to be a lame duck council come the time the town clerk is going to certify us. And I think it's important that we allow the corporation to continue to run the affairs of the town. without being unencumbered to do such. So I think I'd like to put a motion forward that we give the CAO the authority to operate while we're in lame duck mode, I guess you could say, until the election is over, which is from August till October. Maybe the CAO wants to talk about it. I see his hand up.
Excuse me. I thought the mayor was...
Mayor, can I go ahead?
Go ahead, CAO.
Mayor, yes, to Councillor Dunstall and Council, I apologize. Last month I didn't answer this. One of the councillors asked me my input for this, and after review, I probably should have answered that a lot better. So it came out that there was a revision made to the existing motion, or the report we put forward, that it's only for emergency purposes beyond 50K and require the town clerk to co-sign. I have no problem with the town clerk to co-sign, or even the treasurer to co-sign anything I do beyond August 19th, and it's more like till December. But I already have the authorization for emergency purposes, so that's kind of redundant. I did want to say that, I have to provide a report. I have to, now I wouldn't mind getting it co-signed by both the treasurer and the clerk. We could add the treasurer to that as well. But in review of many of our modernization grants, we have a number of actions going forward from now till October, November, and we really can't afford to lose the 4 months. Things like playgrounds, things like the parking study. So right now, with that type of delegation that you gave me with the revision, if the parking study comes in at $1 over 75,000, we can't authorize that parking study. We'll lose 4 months. So these are just examples. I've had these delegations before, and I take this seriously. It'll only be for those projects that we've approved, and if they require $1 beyond 75,000, we'd like to go forward. There's a number of modernization grants where we have tight deadlines that we have to meet, and we really can't afford to lose the 4 months if we're slightly over on a projected budget. As you all see with the supply chain issues, some of the bids may be coming in a bit higher than what we projected. And again, I would provide the report. I'd be willing to get it co-signed, but I ask council for us to continue to move the city forward, that you take out for emergency purposes only, because it's redundant. And I don't mind that the town clerk sign off and everything. And even if you wanted to add the treasurer as well, I'm okay with that. But I'm asking you that we continue with our business. Even the Peach King Center, we have some tight deadlines that we have to meet, and we just can't lose those 4 months. So thank you, council, for your consideration.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. So I'm assuming we're talking about bylaw 2252, right? Yes. And if I'm looking at that, my only concern with this is point 2, the disposition of real property. I think that there should be a co-signer on that. Like I said, it's just a matter of, I'd say a check and balance, so that, we're not selling anything important without the support of council. And that's my concern.
So I would agree, councillor, that if you wanted to add that on 2, as well as, but to take out the emergency purposes on 1.
Yeah, I'm fine with taking out emergency purposes. I don't have issue with that. It's just the sale of property that I would have an issue with. So I think I would like a co-signer on that as well. I mean, I'd almost want to say for emergency purposes, put it in that one, but I don't think we should be selling property at all during that 4-month period. So I would just like to have that, a backup signature on that, so that there's at least some agreement. Okay. If that helps. So, Mr. Mayor, if we could make that revision to the bylaw.
Sorry, do you want the town clerk or the town clerk and the treasurer to sign?
Not just the town clerk. I think that's fine.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So I would agree that we, again, we need to take out for emergency purposes and add town clerk or the treasurer to co-sign. And I like to see one or the other because we've been down this position before where when you don't have anybody to sign, what do you do? And so I think having multiple options is the way to go. Thank you.
I feel like the CAO is happy with having the town clerk and the treasurer, so I'm happy with that as well.
I'd like to say town clerk or treasurer, one or the other. It could be difficult to have all of them, but at least one, there's some due diligence there.
We'll have the treasurer as the default if the clerk is not available.
All right, I'll read the resolution, and then we can get a mover and seconder. Resolved that report TC 2212, delegation of authority bylaw during the restricted acts be received, and that bylaw 2252 be approved with the following changes. That section 1, removed for emergency purposes, and that section 2, require the town clerk to co-sign, and if the town clerk is not available, that the treasurer co-signs. Mover and seconder. Councillor Frake. Councillor Sharp, seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report TC 2212, delegation of authority bylaw during the restricted acts be received, and that bylaw 22-52 be approved with the following changes. That section 1, removed for emergency purposes, and that section 2, require the clerk to co-sign, and if the town clerk is not available, that the treasurer co-signs. Recorded vote.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a point of clarity?
Sure, go ahead.
So you just have on point 2 that it's the clerk or the treasurer. I think because we also have on point 1 that you have the clerk to co-sign. So I think on point 1, the clerk could, I think it should just pertain to the whole thing. That if this bylaw comes into effect, either the clerk or the treasurer co-sign.
No, it's the clerk, and if she's not available, the treasurer. The treasurer is the alternate.
Once again, I have the floor, thank you. And my point is that on point 1, it is just the town clerk.
All right, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report TC 22-12, delegation of authority bylaw during the restricted acts be received, and that bylaw 252 be approved with the following changes. That Section 1 removed for emergency purposes and include that if the town clerk is not available, that the treasurer co-signs, and that Section 2 require the town clerk to co-sign if the town clerk is not available, that the treasurer co-signs. Recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Catwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole minutes of June 8th as amended. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of June 6th as amended, Council minutes of June 6th, and Special Council minutes of June 20th, 2022 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to section 9.1A, report DPW 2221, site alteration permit, 911 Kerman Avenue. Brandon, welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of the report before you this evening is to get council approval in order to issue a site alteration permit for site works at 9 and 11 Kerman Avenue. Those works involve the proponent removing approximately 1,200 cubic meters of material from Kerman Avenue and relocating it to a site located on 228 Allen Road. Just for context and background, so the previous owner at 9 to 11 Kerman is really relocating his greenhouse from Kerman Avenue to Allen Road site. New owner from 9 to 11 Kerman wishes to redevelop the site into residential use. As part of that, there's some benefit in that they have to, some of the soil contains fertilizer and it needs to be removed from the Kerman Avenue site in order for it to be reclassified as residential. As well as the Allen Road site needs soil to level their lands, and the soil at Kerman Avenue or from Kerman Avenue is considered suitable. So in accordance with bylaw 2020-44, that's our site alteration bylaw, because the material is that's being moved exceeds 1,000 cubic meters, a public meeting was necessary and council approval is required. Public meeting was held on June 20th of this year. Summary of the comments received are provided in the report. Staff have reviewed the proponent's application, determined the application meets the conditions of which of the bylaw, which allow the town to issue a permit for the works. We've also reviewed the comments that received from the public amongst our own internal review of the application and set out specific conditions that we felt should be included as part of the permit. Conditions are outlined in the report as well as in the draft permit, which is included as Appendix A to the report. And staff are recommending that the council approve the proponent's application, subject to the applicant meeting all of the conditions outlined. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Brandon. Let's get a mover and seconder, and then we'll move by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Any discussion? Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just from the report, it does state that there hasn't been any comments from the Niagara region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation yet. So how, I'm just wondering, moving forward without those comments, how does that affect the report at all, Brandon?
For you, Mr. Mayor, essentially we're going to hold the approval until we until those conditions are satisfied. So we're reaching out to the region to ensure that they've got have an opportunity to review and provide any comments back. I think I said in the report, like I don't think there's going to be any major pushback from the region, but we do, and the Conservation Authority, but we do want to give them an opportunity to make sure that they provide their comments.
So they are forthcoming then?
Yeah, again, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll be a condition of the, prior to issuing the permit, we get comments back from the Conservation Authority and the region. If there are significant comments, we would include that as part of conditions of the permit. If there's no comments, then the permit would be just pushed through, approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no further discussion, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report DPW 22-21 site alteration permit approval 9-11 Kerman Avenue dated July 4th, 2022 be received, and that in accordance with Part 9, Section 26 of Bylaw 2020-44 site alteration bylaw, the town of Grimsby entered into a site alteration agreement with the owner of the lands, Evergreen Estates Incorporated, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the agreement, and that in accordance with Part 9, Section 25 of Bylaw 2020-44 site alteration bylaw, a site alteration permit be issued to the owner of the lands, Evergreen Estates Incorporated, once all required agreements, securities, plans, and drawings have been submitted to the town to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to report DPW 22-19, 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Infrastructure. Mover and seconder. Oh, first, Jen, go ahead.
You can just share the presentation.
Sorry, just give me a sec.
No problem, Thomas. So good evening, Mayor and members of Council. We just saw you a few weeks ago to do a workshop on the overall view of what asset management is and the requirements of the regulations. This was to make sure you knew what to expect in the asset management plan, so you had all the background information to help you make an informed decision tonight on the town's asset management plan. This is a very important initiative, not just because of the regulation, but because this plan will be integral to how we will be managing our assets. Asset management will be tied to how we do business, including capital plans and budgets. Please welcome Thomas and Aman from SLBC, who are the consultants that helped us develop the asset management plan.
Okay, thanks, Jen, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for having us. Today, I'll be talking about the key outcomes of the AM plan by the main chapters of the AM plan, and then for next steps, I'll actually hand it back to Jen, who will cover the last couple of slides. So before we get to the outcomes, in terms of asset management progress at the town's actually made quite a bit of significant progress, in the last few years in data collection and reporting, particularly in the Geographic Information System, which is the GIS application. So for example, in this AM plan, we're using a geospatial analysis to estimate the consequence of failure ratings, which helps define the risk scores for the linear assets, so roads, sidewalks, and all underground pipes. We do recognize, though, that the AM plan is a snapshot in time. It's based on currently best available data, and asset management is really an iterative process that it will include improving data, processes, systems, and staff skills over time. So a couple of the continuous improvement initiatives we've noted in this AM plan is to complete the condition assessment programs, particularly on the storm sewer side, and also optimizing data collection and optimizing the management of that data through software applications, such as the maintenance management and enterprise asset management system. So the first chapter of the AM plan is the state of infrastructure, and that really defines what assets the town owns and what value they're in and their age and condition. And this AM plan focuses on the first plan of Ontario regulation, which covers core assets. So that's transportation, stormwater, wastewater, and water assets. And you can see in this table the breakdown by those service areas and the total value to replace these assets is currently estimated at $768.4 million. OREG also requires reporting on the average age of your town assets. So this is a graph summarizing that. I'll just go over a couple for an example. So structures, which covers your bridges and major culverts, are on average 49.3 years old. And you could see here they're expected to last 70 years on average. And another example of assets that are kind of past midlife are sanitary sewers, which are 40.6 years on average right now out of a 76-year average life. The last part of state of infrastructure is to report on the condition of town assets. And the town has a great database of condition data. They do road need study, which gives us pavement condition index scores. We have bridge inspections done every 2 years. They also maintain water main break history data and CCTV inspections, which is the video inspections on the sanitary sewers. So this graph breaks the very good to very poor condition profile by the 4 main service areas of core assets. But overall, 90.2% of assets are estimated to be in fair or better condition. And those would be the yellow, green, and dark green colors here. And then 9% of town core assets are in poor or very poor condition, which would be the orange and red bars, parts of the bars. So state of infrastructure basically established what assets the town owns and what condition they're in. Service levels gets into what, how are these assets performing and what service levels are they providing to the community currently. So we're just highlighting a few of the key measures in this presentation. There's more in the plan, but for roads, which is under the transportation portfolio, obviously, the average pavement condition index is 80.2 out of 100, which represents a very good score. So on average, town of Grimsby roads are in very good condition. And you could see here an example of what that would look like, down to what a very poor condition road would look like in this scale here. For stormwater, one of the key measures is to understand the resiliency of the stormwater network to a 5-year storm. In this AM plan, we've estimated it to be 71%. And that's basically based on the percentage of town storm sewers that were built in 1979 or later. And that's based on the fact that as of 1979, town sewers were required to meet that 5-year storm design requirement. For wastewater, one of the main measures is the connection days lost per year due to wastewater backups. And in 2021, that was 18 connection days for the town, which essentially represents, you can interpret it as 18 properties that had a backup lasting for 1 day. And I believe this was all from one event in 2021. Backups are greatly influenced by inflow and infiltration from storms, so that are seeped into the sanitary network. So this will be refined and better understood through future initiatives that the town is planning, such as inflow and infiltration studies, which are derived coming out of the Baker Road Wastewater Treatment Plant Pollution Prevention and Control Plan report. On the water side, a similar measure on connection days is related to breaks, water main breaks, rather than backups. And in 2021, there was only 1 connection day lost of water service due to breaks. In the risk management strategy chapter, we're trying to understand or basically assign a risk score to all the assets in this AM plan so that we can help identify higher risk assets versus lower risk assets. And that's really what helps prioritize the limited funding that is available to the right assets at the right time. So we evaluate risk based on 2 factors, likelihood of failure and consequence of failure. They're both on a scale of 1 to 5. And essentially we plot the results on a 5x5 map at the bottom here, you can see. And really what the main thing to get out of this is what's in the top right, which is in the red color. Those are your very high risk assets. And this basically shows that there's $4.3 million of core assets that are currently very high risk. It's because they are in a bad condition state and they're also a critical asset. So when we looked at what those assets were, they were mainly larger sanitary sewers and water mains that are near or past their end of life. And they're also adjacent to a critical land use. So for example, along Main Street or the CN rail crossings or the QEW crossings. In the lifecycle management strategy, we're basically establishing what activities the town needs to complete over the next 10 years to maintain their service levels that we talked about, as well as manage those higher risks that we just talked about as well. So increasing population is one of those risks, and the town therefore plans for growth and upgrade projects. And currently in the 5-year capital plan, there's $3.2 million per year of planned expenditures on just growth and upgrade projects. And that's mainly for road projects, including reconstruction of North Service Road and urbanization, as well as of Marlow, Central, and Park Road. Now, this doesn't necessarily represent all the urbanization project needs across the town. To really understand that need and what areas require new sidewalks, for example, the town would really need to develop a future formal policy and follow that policy to determine those true needs. So that 3.2 million per year on that previous slide was focused on growth and upgrade. The other main aspect of capital work is asset renewal on existing assets. So those are your road resurfacing projects, water main replacements, relining of sewers, etc. And to maintain your service levels, the AM plan estimates that the forecasted need is $8.11 million per year on average to maintain your service levels. And this is the forecast here over the next 10 years. 2022 is higher because it represents also what backlog there is in terms of there's a backlog, for example, of some cast iron pipes that are past their end of life that need to be replaced. But the backlog will be addressed over the next several years, which is why we talk more in terms of what the average need is over the next 10 years. So that 8.11 million has an impact, obviously, on the condition of your assets over time, and this is what this slide is portraying. On the right-hand side, we're applying the $8.11 million per year for asset renewal, and that's maintaining your 90% of assets in fair or better condition over the next 10 years. On the bottom right, you can see that the poor and very poor asset value kind of maintains at 60 to 70 million over that 10-year period. If you do nothing and do not spend money on asset renewal, obviously the impact is that the assets will deteriorate over time. So the percentage of fair or better decreases and the orange and red portion increases over time. And that portion would increase from 66 million to estimated over 190 million by the end of 10 years if nothing is done. So the AM plan essentially compares that $8.1 million need to the capital budget, the 5-year capital budget, and assumes that the funding available will continue in years 6 to 10 based on that 5-year capital budget. And this is to determine if there is an infrastructure gap or not. So if we're looking at transportation, of the 8.1 million, 3.69 million is needed to renew your transportation assets. In the capital budget, there's $2.49 million per year on average available to do road projects right now. So that represents that asset renewal for transportation is 67% funded, representing a $1.2 million per year gap on average. The other main gap is related to wastewater, and we separated out the existing sewer renewal from the Baker Road recommended projects, just because the Baker Road projects recommend really inflow and infiltration studies to be done to really better understand the true scope and nature of what the I&I upgrades will have to be. But for now, we've estimated it with town collaboration that it would be about 1.13 million per year. But when that funding is needed, it's assumed that 50% would be funded through the region's combined sewer overflow control program. But even with that, and that 1.13 million per year estimate, there would be a 0.57 million per year gap for those specific projects. So to manage this funding gap, which many municipalities across Ontario are facing the same thing, this AM plan does start this discussion on managing those risks, but it is focused on the first phase of the regulation for core assets. So a more holistic understanding of the true gap will really be understood when the remaining town assets are included in the next AM plan. But in the meantime, some of the options to start considering are to increase available funding sources such as property tax, utilization of debt, grants, drawing down on reserves, changing the funding source for wastewater to a dedicated user rate. And other municipalities are actually also doing that and starting to implement that for stormwater user rates. And another option in the mix of all these options is to defer some projects outside that 5 and 10 year period. That would likely result in reduced service levels. And the risk there is that actually sometimes postponing a project results in a higher cost really in the long term, and the higher life cycle cost for running that asset. So those are the main outcomes, and I'll pass it back to Jen for next steps. Jen, you're on mute, I think.
One of these days. As we have gone through this project to document how we are currently doing asset management and the state of our core infrastructure, gaps in our data and areas where we could improve have become more clear. SLBC has made recommendations for improvements for the next version of the asset management plan, which include improving the condition information on our storm sewers, refining policies and plans related to urbanization, and also to implement a computerized maintenance management and enterprise asset management system, which is in the works now. Now that the core infrastructure asset management plan is complete, we will continue to work with SLBC to continue to include the remaining asset classes and complete a comprehensive asset management plan, which will put us well ahead of the next deadline for the regulation, which is July 2024. After the comprehensive plan is complete, we will then be looking at how to update this plan for the 2025 OREG deadline, which will include developing proposed levels of service and determine associated forecasted needs and any shortfalls. This is where the public and council will be more involved to determine what is the desired level of service that we want to provide the community and figure out how the strategies necessary to meet them and the financial impacts. So as part of the OREG 588, council approval of this plan is required, as you are responsible for the stewardship and oversight of the asset management program. With your approval, you are adopting the approach to managing the town's core infrastructure as laid out in this plan. With your approval, there is no change to the approved rate or levy budgets. Any of the recommendations regarding the annual investments in the current infrastructure funding gap will be discussed through the future budget process. It is our intent to continue to grow our asset management program and to tie asset management to our budgeting and capital plan process. This will help council and the public have a clear understanding of the needs and risks associated with all investments into our infrastructure. With that, I'm going to open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions or comments from council? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report DPW 22-19-2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Infrastructure dated July 4th, 2022 be received and the council approve the 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Infrastructure in accordance with the requirements of Ontario Regulation 588-17. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Up next, we have report TC 2213, council member resignation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as you're aware, Councillor Bothwell resigned her seat effective June 9th. And as such, this report seeks to accept the resignation and declare the seat vacant in accordance with the Municipal Act. And also as per the Act, because we fall outside of the 90 days of the election, we need to do one of the two things, either appoint a person, fill the vacancy by appointing a person who has consented to accept the office, or do a by-election. The recommendation is, we're so close to the election, there's really only 2 meetings remaining in the current term, and with staff resources fully diverted to the preparation of the regular election, that a person be appointed instead of a by-election. And finally, as you're aware, Councillor Bothwell was appointed as a deputy mayor for the period of June 1st to November 30th. So we are asking that a current member be appointed as deputy mayor for the period of from really today till June 21st, 2022, which is the inaugural meeting. Any questions?
I'd like to put forward some motions, please.
Pardon me?
I'd like to put forward some motions
Okay.
in regards to what you just read.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Vane.
First motion, as far as the appointment, it's my understanding that former Councillor Nick DeFlavio is willing to fill in the seats, and I think because of his experience, I believe he's also not planning on running again. I would like to bring in somebody more experienced than somebody new. And my second motion would be to appoint Councillor Ritchie as the deputy mayor for the remainder of the term. He's attending AMO, and I understand you're not. So Councillor Ritchie was very good at negotiating at our last AMO. So those are the 2 motions I'd like to put forward, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, just to clarify, you were breaking up a little bit. Were you saying the first motion is to appoint the runner-up from the 2018 election?
Yes, Councillor DeFlavio, Nick DeFlavio.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have 60 days to appoint. So I will contact Nick DeFlavio and bring a report to the August 2nd meeting, and then we can do the appointment then.
All right, my understanding is he's already commented that he would be willing to accept it, but I'll leave it up to you to confirm. And my second motion is to have Councillor Ritchie appointed as the deputy mayor till the end of the term.
All right. So I'll read the resolution. Resolved that report TC 2213, council member resignation dated July 4th, 2022 be received. The council accept the resignation of Councillor Bothwell and declare the seat vacant in accordance with Section 262 of the Municipal Act 2001, C25, and that in accordance with Section 2631A of the Municipal Act, subsection 231C25, council will fill a vacancy by appointing the person who has consented to accept the office if appointed, and the clerk be directed to approach Nick DeFlavio for the appointment and bring back a report on August 2nd, And 5, that Councillor Ritchie be approved as deputy mayor for the remainder of the term of council, and bylaw 1880 being a bylaw to appoint deputy mayor for the 2018 to 2022 term of council be amended. Discussion?
Recorded vote,
Councillor
please.
Sharp? We're going to have discussion first, Councillor Vane. So Councillor Sharp?
All right, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So, so we have, there's two parts to this, right?
Yeah,
so,
you're welcome to separate it if that's
yeah,
what you want to do.
I will, but I just wanted to have some discussion first. So with regards to appointing, go ahead, are we going to separate it?
Yeah,
Or?
we really should separate it if that's council's will, and then discuss each
I'm happy to have them
point
separate.
separately.
So the first 4 should.
Yeah, if I can just stay in the queue for discussion.
Yeah.
So
All
just
right.
take 5 out.
Yeah.
From that one, yeah.
Okay. So we'll just take number 5 out and vote on that separately.
Okay, so when it comes to appointing someone and filling the vacancy, I mean, I understand it makes sense to fill with the runner-up. It's, I don't know our policy, but I know in the region of Niagara, they filled positions and they were filled with the runner-up or other candidates. And so it makes sense. I know that we've talked to Nick DeFlavio, and he said yes, that he would stand for the position. And I'm talking to him by email right now, and he's given me his phone number, and he said that he would stand for the position. And so it's been expressed to this council that he would. And so I wonder if we need to wait until August 2nd. So can I ask that question of the clerk?
Sarah?
So yes, you could appoint it today if you wanted to, yes.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's any of the council that's objectionable to appointing another councillor today. I could ask my colleagues for their input. And then I'll come back to the second one. Is there a second motion coming up?
Yeah, we're going to discuss the second one separately.
Yeah, so if we were to appoint it tonight, what would the motion look like to the clerk?
That council appoint Nick DeFlavio in the vacant seat.
Okay, and what does the motion read right now?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's best that we do bring it to the August 2nd because we do need the appointment bylaw and we don't have the appointment bylaw drafted at this time. So if I could go back and confirm everything with Nick DeFlavio, go through the process and ensure that I have it in writing, and then I can bring it back to council with the appropriate bylaws.
I could email him and get him to send it to you in writing right now.
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Sharp. I think this is appointing a member to council, and I think we need to follow the proper process and have the clerk do a proper report and bring it back to us on the August 2nd meeting,
Okay.
because
I asked him to email you.
spoken to Nick DeFlavio.
I asked him to email you. I gave him your email.
Yes.
And any further comments? Councillor Frake?
First of all, I take offense to the fact that you've taken it upon yourself to do this, Councillor Sharp.
Excuse me,
Okay.
point of order.
The point of order, if you call it if you want. In the meantime, I think we should follow the formal process. I think we should follow the formal process.
Not out of order.
And
any
not just
longer.
email a guy during council and ask him if he wants to be appointed. I think that's totally out of order. Sorry. So I think we should follow the process as the clerk has laid out, and we bring it to the next meeting, officially and formally, and do it the way it should be done. That's my thoughts on it, on the subject, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Okay?
Councillor Vane.
Yes, I was going to suggest the next meeting we have is a special council meeting on the 18th, and to further provide support and coverage for the residents of Ward 4. Nick DeFlavio is already known there. I would rather see it come back to July 18th instead of August, because again, then we're going another whole month without representation other than Councillor Sharp. And they did vote for 2 councillors, and Councillor Bothwell chose to leave, so that leaves an opening. So, I mean, I get we're nitpicking over whether Councillor or Nick DeFlavio is going to accept it. He's already made it clear he has. He's told us that beforehand. So that's fine. I have no problem following the rules, but I would suggest the July 18th to minimize the amount of lack of coverage in Ward 4.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, so just to follow up, so this is my ward, and this is my ward mate who's resigned. So each of you have 2 councillors working in your ward, and they've taken offense to that. I think we should appoint the other councillor, my ward mate, soon. And but I think that I'm in a position where I want to share the load of representing an entire ward with 2 councillors. That's our entire council's position. And we've just changed our ward boundaries. We had the option of 1 councillor per ward, and we didn't choose that. We chose 2. And so to take offense to the fact that I want to have my ward mate, I don't find that was appropriate, Councillor.
Just a point of clarification, I don't think Councillor Frick was taking offense to that you.
It's all on video. You check what he said.
Appointed, I think he was wanted to follow procedure, and I agree. Procedure should be followed in all cases.
Look back to the video, see if he said offense. I think he did.
Councillor Vane.
Sorry, I meant to take my hand down. I apologize. I'll take it down now. But I do want to admit, while it was unique thing to do, I do commend Councillor Sharp for taking some initiative. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report TC 2213, Council member resignation dated July 4th, 2022 be received, and that Council accept the resignation of Councillor Bothwell and declare the seat vacant in accordance with Section 262 of the Municipal Act 2001 C25, and that in accordance with Section 263 1A of the Municipal Act SO 2001 C25, Council fill the vacancy by appointing a person who has consented to accept the office if appointed, that the clerk be directed to approach Nick DeFlavio for the appointment and bring a report back on July 18th special council meeting. All in favor, or recorded vote, actually?
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, the second resolution is resolved that Councillor Ritchie be approved as deputy mayor for the remainder of the term of council, and bylaw 18-80 being a bylaw to appoint deputy mayor for the 2018-2022 term of council be amended. Need a mover and seconder?
I'll move it.
All right, moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that Councillor Ritchie be approved as deputy mayor for the remainder of the term of council, and bylaw 1880 being a bylaw to appoint deputy mayor for the 2018-2022 term of council be amended. Any questions or comments? Councillor Vardy?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss other possible candidates. And I guess what I'm thinking is that we basically all know, you know, who's declared and who plans to run again, who stated they plan to run again. With the exception.
The nomination isn't closed yet, so we have no idea who's going to be running, who's not. The nominations are open till August, so we can't make that comment with all good
I
faith.
can make any comment, and I have the floor, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Point of order, override.
Stop him,
Yeah,
please.
it's not really a point of order, it's a comment.
Yeah, so I don't know if Councillor Cadwell would be willing to step up and do that. He's the councillor with the longest experience on council right now, and I don't know what his future intentions are, but I'd like to put forward his name.
I'll second that. I'll second that motion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I recommend we do a straw vote then. There's currently two candidates, Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Cadwell. Would each member like to speak for 5 minutes, or?
You know who they are.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear that. Go ahead, Councillor. I'll start with Councillor Cadwell, and then we'll have Councillor Ritchie.
Yeah, I would, I would stand for, to be the deputy mayor. As you mentioned, I do have some experience on council, so, yeah, I would take that position. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. The only thing that I like to add is that we are going to AMO. AMO is a very important component, and my understanding is Mayor Jordan's not attending. So it'd be very, I think it's very important to have a deputy mayor attend AMO to form part of the delegations. So I would stand for that, and that's what this position is about. If you look at the report, the deputy mayor is an important role and is required to act in the place of the head of council when the head of council is absent, refuses to act, or the office is vacancy. So that's why the whole recommendation's there. I am attending AMO, so I'd like to do that. But that being said, I do have the utmost respect for Councillor Cadwell, and I'd like to think of maybe if somebody has a alternative plan, that maybe we appoint myself. Unless Councillor Cadwell is going to AMO, which I don't think he is. I just think there's 3 councillors attending, that maybe we could split the appointment to the end of August, September 1st. And if Councillor Cadwell is there to continue on as deputy mayor for the rest of the term.
I would accept that change.
Well, we have 2 candidates on the floor, so.
Splitting hairs.
Is Councillor Cadwell, are you attending AMO? I thought you were.
No, I'm not attending NEMO at this time.
Councillor Dunstall.
Can we amend that motion? Well, it isn't a motion yet, is it? We've got 2 candidates. Can we split it between the 2? Councillor Ritchie is the deputy mayor till the end of August, and then Councillor Cadwell is September, October. Because we should have a deputy mayor going to.
Well, why don't we just have a straw vote between the 2 candidates unless council majority?
If I may speak, there are other councillors such as myself going to AMO. So, you know, I think that we have lots of opportunity for, I guess, myself, Councillor Ritchie, and I'm not sure who else is going, Councillor Sharp. So we all have an opportunity to speak at AMO. So I'd like to go with Councillor Cadwell. And not split it.
The clerk's preparing the split motion, I guess, and then if that's defeated, then we'll vote on individual candidates. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that Councillor Ritchie be approved as Deputy Mayor for the period until August 31st, 2022, and that Councillor Cadwell be approved as Deputy Mayor for the period of September 1st to November 21st, 2022, and bylaw 1880 being a bylaw to appoint a Deputy Mayor for the 2018 to 2022 term of council be amended. Discussion? Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're talking a few months left in the term, 2 official council meetings, and we're going through have 2 mayors, 2 deputy mayors. It really doesn't make any sense. In terms of an AMO, representation at AMO, any of the 3 councillors that go to AMO can represent the council. I mean, they can come back and report. It doesn't have to be a deputy mayor that's going to the AMO to come back with a report on what they've learned at the AMO. I've been there once, I know. So we don't need to have a deputy mayor representing us at AMO. The councillors can very well do that by themselves. So I think we should go with 1 mayor, not 2. We've got 2 council meetings left. This is crazy. I don't get it. So why don't we just go with one or the other? I know a motion's on the floor right now, but that's my thoughts. I think we're just splitting hairs here and we're getting very, too micro. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, I think it is important that at AMO that you do have a deputy mayor there. So I think at this time I'm going to drop my position as a deputy mayor. So thank you for the opportunity.
All right, Councillor Vane.
I have a tremendous amount of support for Councillor Cadwell, and the only reason I didn't mention him first is because he's not attending AMO, but I very much would like him to spend the remainder of the term after August 31st as the deputy mayor if he's willing. I don't want this to become an either or. I like them both, and I'd like them both to go for it. So that's my opinion. If the Councillor Cadwell is willing to stand as of September 1st, I will vote in favor of the split motion that we have on the floor right now.
Are you okay with proceeding with the split? You don't want the split motion?
All right, so we have the new old resolution on the floor, which was the original one. Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that Councillor Ritchie be approved as deputy mayor for the remainder of the term of council, and bylaw 1880 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor for the 2018 to 2022 term of council be amended. We've had discussion. I'm calling for a recorded vote.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Up next, we have Regional Councillor update. Welcome, Councillor Furtick.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Council. I know there's not much time left in this term, so there's been a lot of things happened at the region. It's taken quite a bit of time in order to come to some conclusions on some of the issues, so that's why I have not been too prompt in bringing stuff until it got approved by Council. Last week, Niagara Region completed the official plan. It has been the first official plan in over 50 years, almost back to conception. So it's been forwarded to the province for approval. The municipalities now have their 1 year to complete their official plan to the region. I'm going to hit on a whole bunch of issues here rather than get into a whole extended consideration. There's been a contract to complete the water main replacement, of course, between Baker Road and Park Road North during the period of August 22 to December, and looking for a completion around the 15th of December. This is a continuation of the first phase of replacing the water main. So this is the second phase of that process. Staff will be in touch with local area municipalities to impose the charges via the Development Charges Act, which again has been approved by the region, and it's going to be forwarded to the municipalities. The region has also completed a 10-year plan for the economical development. Another point in reference to transportation is the reconstruction of Casablanca. It has been approved in the budget, and therefore the reconstruction should begin in the spring or summer of '23. If I can just suggest to staff through you, Mayor, that there is a definition of affordable housing, and there is, the region uses it many, many times. So I might suggest through you to direct staff to be in touch with the region. They're willing to help in any way that they can, and that definition is being used right now to approve people for affordable housing. So there is a formula that they do use. So I strongly recommend, no matter what it is, get in touch with the Affordable Housing Department. Last Tuesday, the Transit Commission elected Mayor Walter Sendzik as the Transit Commission Chair, and your lucky Regional Council as the Vice Chair. I am truly honored to be selected amongst that group. I look forward to the challenge in providing an increased transit system for the entire Niagara region, and of course for Niagara West. That's all I have for now, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you.
Thank you for your update, Councillor Frederick, and congratulations to being elected Vice Chair of the Transportation, Amalgamated Transportation Committee.
Thank you.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for bylaws. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-51, 2252 as amended, 2253, 2254, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading. Councillor Cadwell. Seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 2251, 2252 as amended, 2253, 2254, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That is carried. Now we move to announcements. Any announcements? Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just want to announce that the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce held their Business Achievement Awards and recognizing the success of Niagara's local businesses, entrepreneurs, and nonprofit. And under the Excellence in Tourism and Hospitality category, the Niagara West Tourism Association, the Brian Purdy, who manages the Gateway, the tourism booth at the Gateway, they were picked in that category. So just want to say congratulations to Mr. Purdy and his team for winning that, getting that title. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements, the next council meeting is scheduled for August 2nd, 2022, immediately following Committee of the Whole. Now I'll read the electronic statement declaration as we moved into closed session. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand the matters are to remain confidential, confirm that no one else is present with you, confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, and confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purposes of video conferencing only. Confirm that you're not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge to all of the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all of the above. Councillor Ritchie?
Understand and confirm to all of the above.
Councillor Vane?
Understand and confirm all of the above.
All right, we need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Dunstall. Seconder, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, specifically regarding 141 to 147 Main Street East, and section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically regarding an update on Victoria Terrace property. All in favor to go into closed? We're now in closed session. All right, we're now back in open session. Welcome back to the public. We've come out of close now. All right, so we need a mover and seconder for the update for 141, 147 Main Street East. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the update provided in closed session regarding 141 to 147 Main Street East be received. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the update report, regarding report FIN 22-18. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the update provided in closed session regarding report FIN 22-18 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for first reading of the bylaw 2255. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-55 and that the same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-55, read a first time, now read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule to the council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.